Be here now.
Well, I'm going to tell you a story, bedtime story. It's a story many of you know because the old stories are often the best stories. And it's a story about one of the beings who are pictured in the booklet that was handed out to you. And that being is also right behind us. And this is the story of Hanuman. It's interesting. I've been telling the Ramayana now for since 1970, I guess. That's 23 years. And recently, in the way the culture has become sensitized and awakened, it is very clear to me that the Ramayana is a very sexist book, which puts me in a peculiar predicament, because I don't feel those feelings of preference or difference. I feel the history of oppression. But I'm in the predicament that I feel that this story has incredible richness in it. And yet I really feel that it represents things in ways that aren't fully attuned to the way we are conscious about people, and it comes out of a certain cultural tradition. So at a recent retreat, I prepared the story of Savitri, the goddess who comes to earth, and it's in the Mahabharata, and marries Satyavan, and then she, the goddess, does this incredible dance with death. And I used that at Omega, and it was okay, but I saw that I had a lot more work to do with it. It's a very deep story, and it's going to take me about a year to prepare it. So those of you that are concerned about the sexist aspect of this story, keep in mind that in a year, I will be in balance. Because it is, just makes me more comfortable to say that in advance so that you can not get caught in that, now that I've really caught you in it. The Ramayana, is the story of the exploits of Sri Ram. And Ram is the another aspect, another avataric aspect of the formless that comes into form. You have to know at the outset that from when formless starts to, the aspect of form that's closest to formless in Hinduism is the three faces of God, the three aspects, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. And you say, well, how long will it last? Well, these last about 400, anywhere from 250 to 400,000 years. They're big. I mean, it's not like it's going to go away tomorrow with the Aquarian Age. This is big stuff. So in each of the yugas, things are very different. In the Sat Yuga, which is the Yuga of truth, the bull of truth has all 4 feet on the ground. And then with each succeeding yuga, 1 foot of truth is raised from the ground until finally in the Kali Yuga, there's only 1 foot left of truth. And so there can be Watergate and all that stuff. And everybody can say, of course, everybody lies. But in the Sat Yuga, that would never happen. Everybody's word was true. So this story takes place in the second yuga, where it's beginning to corrupt a little bit, but it's still pretty far out, pretty high, pretty fair and good. Now, in this story, there was a very, very high yogi. And the reason these stories are such fun, the reason the stories of the great holy books are often such fun, and this particularly is an example of that, is because they work on so many planes of reality all at once. There's a storyline, and then there's a meta story, and then there's a story within the story, and then everybody represents symbolic things as well as real things. And there are just rich images for learning, for teaching. It's a teaching about Dharma, basically. It's a teaching about the way of things. And so in this story, there is a very high yogi named Ravena. And Ravena is, in that time, people could have rather eccentric body forms, and he was a demon, but he was a very high demon. I mean, like a demon would be somebody who lived in, say, urban New York. Somebody very much in the world, but still he had an incredible yearning for yoga, and he was very devoted to Brahma, the form of creation. And Ravana had 10 heads and 20 arms, and he was strikingly handsome. He had big mustaches on all his 10 heads. And so he did this incredible puja to Shiva, to Brahma rather, and he offered one of his heads each time he did this ceremony. Well, that gets Brahma's attention. And finally, when he had offered the 9 heads and he was about to offer the last head, that degree of devotion and yogic fervor, Brahma appeared and said, "Stop bugging me, what do you want?" And Ravana said, "I want power over the heavens and the nether realms and all the animals." And I mean, this was siddhis. This was the issue of spiritual powers. He wanted powers. That was the ego part of him still. And Brahma said, "Okay, you got it." Well, Ravana, who was based in by the way, if anybody gets too tired to stay and you want to go home, go. It's fine. Or just lie down and go to sleep. It's okay. Let's keep the doors open a little bit to keep hearing. Is everything okay? So Ravana his base camp was Sri Lanka, and he had an incredible base camp there. But he started to just go around pillaging the lands, and he pillaged heaven because he had power over all the gods and goddesses in heaven, in the astral planes. And he did such a job of it, and nobody could do anything about it because he had this boon from Brahma. So all the gods and goddesses went to Brahma and they said, "Hey, you got to do something about this guy. He's ruining heaven." And Brahma said, "I can't. I gave the boon, but maybe Vishnu can help you," which is another face of the same thing. I mean, it's just, go see me around the corner. So they went to see Vishnu. And they said, "Vishnu, we got a real problem here. This Ravana and would you help us out?" And he said, "Yes, I'd really like to help you out because I'm into preserving things." And he said, when that Ravana asked for a boon, he asked for power over the heavens, the netherworlds, and the animals, but he forgot humans because he didn't consider humans worthy of anything. He thought they were kind of irrelevant. And so I'll tell you what, I'll help you out. I'll take birth as a human, and I'll do in Ravana for you. They said, "Gee, would you?" He said, "It'll only take a moment. It's heaven time." And so now we got this is the early stage of the setting of the situation. Now down on earth, Dasarat, who is a wise and wonderful king of Ayodhya, and he's been ruling Ayodhya for, I think he's about 60,000 years old or 100,000 years old. So he's been ruling for a long time. And he's tired. And the problem is that the kingdoms are passed down through the male heirs, and he doesn't have a son. And he says to his preceptor, his guru, "I would like a son. Would you do a puja to get me a son?" And so, and Dasarat has 3 wives. And the puja is done, and out of the fire comes the fire god Agni, and he hands Dasarat a bowl which has in it dahi, yogurt. What is it? Amrit. Nectar. It's nectar, which is actually coming from Vishnu. And Agni tells Dasarath that his wives should drink this, and he'll have a male child. So he gives his first wife half of it to drink, and then he gives the second wife a quarter, and then the third an eighth, and then the third another eighth. And then in proper time, there are 4 sons born. The first to Kaushalya is Ram, the next to Kakai, which is Bharat, and then Lakshman and Satrugna are born to the third wife. Sumitra, yeah. And everybody's really happy. Dasarath's thrilled. And these kids are great. I mean, they are superb princes. They learn all the skills and archery and debate and calligraphy and everything. I mean, they just know everything. And they're really good. They're really good. And so they grow up into teenagers, and they've taken birth. They're Vishnu. They're all different parts of Vishnu, you understand? But they have a veil over them, just like you do, that makes you think you're who you think you are. See, so, I mean, they think they're Ram and Bharat and Satrugna. They're not saying, hey, I'm Vishnu in drag. I mean, it's not like a conscious avataric incarnation. It's this because this is second yuga. And so the hermits out in the woods who are doing pujas come and they say, these demons are out of control and they're ruining our sacrifices. And they say to Dasarath, could you loan us your sons to help us get rid of, because the high beings see who these people are. They say, look, these are Ram and this is all Vishnu. They can do it easily. Dasarath said, they're so young. Do you have to take my sons? And they said, we know who your sons really are. Dasarath said, well, I don't really, but go ahead because it's my duty as a good king to let you do this. So the kids go off to the jungle and they get rid of all the demons in that jungle. And then in the course of their travels, Ram comes to Janaki's palace, and there Janaki's daughter Sita, who is really the daughter of the earth, is the most beautiful being. I mean, she's the earth goddess made manifest. And she is looking now for a husband. And King Janak has the sword, the bow, Shiva's bow, which nobody can even lift. And he has said, with Sita's consent, whoever breaks this bow will have Sita's hand. And all the princes from everywhere come and they can't even lift the bow. I mean, they can't even lift one edge. And Ram, who's this young 15, 16-year-old, comes along and picks up the bow and strings it and, breaks it. And so he and Sita are wed, and all the other brothers wed the sisters, and it's a good scene. And they all go back with their wives to Dasarath's place. And Dasarath said, I'm glad you're back because I'm really tired of being king. And Ram is got half of Vishnu's seed, really. And he said, Ram, I really, I've loved you always. I love all of them, but I love you so much. Would you be king? And Ram says, Dad, anything you want, I'll do. And Dasarath says, great, tomorrow you'll become king. And there's great jubilation and celebration in the kingdom because Ram is going to become king and Sita is going to become queen. However, now the plot must sicken. Because the second, Bharat, the second brother, who is very, very devoted to Ram, actually the brothers ended up grouping so that Ram and Lakshman were very, very close, as were Bharat and Satrugna. But still, the brothers were very devoted, and Bharat was very devoted to Ram. Everybody loved Ram because he was absolutely essence, a dharmic person. So Bharat was off visiting his uncle. And Kakai, who is the mother of Bharat, the second wife, she has a woman servant named Matara. Matara is got heavy karma, is all I can say. She's like got really dark stuff in her. And she goes to Kakai and she says, are you gonna let, she's crying, she says, are you, and Kakai says, what are you crying for? Ram's gonna be king, this is wonderful, and here's jewels and everything. And Matra says, hey, you don't understand. You're a complete, you're out of it completely. Don't you understand that when Ram takes over, he's going to get rid of Bharat and get rid of you. And Kaushalya is going to be the mother who's going to be in charge of the whole thing. And you're going to really get a bad deal. And Kakai says, what are you talking about? We all love each other. But Matra keeps poisoning her with this thought. And finally, Kakai goes to see King Dasarat, her husband. And actually, she goes to the crying room, and she's crying in the crying room. And somebody says to Dasarat, Kakai's crying in the crying room. And Dasarat goes there, and he says, what's the trouble, Kakai? And she says, oh, my whole life's going to end. It's terrible. And he says, what can I do? She says, well, you promised me 2 boons. And there had been a battle earlier. I'm trying to cut down the stuff, but there's a lot, as you can see. Are you still with me? Okay. There was a battle earlier in which Dasarat was wounded in battle and nearly lost his life, but Kakai saved him and healed him. And at that time, he offered her 2 boons, which she had not yet collected. So she says to him, my life is over. The only way you can save me is by giving me the 2 boons you promised me. Now, Dasarat is a totally dharmic person. And if he promised a boon, that's that. It's not something like, well, that was then, but now let's renegotiate. It was like, this was a thing. He said, of course you can have the 2 boons. She said, all right, the first boon is that my son Bharat will become king instead of Ram. And then because she didn't want Bharat to have a lot of trouble, she said, the second boon is I want Ram to go off into the jungle for 14 years. Dasarat said, oh, don't do this. You'll kill me. I mean, I want Ram as king. She said, you either honor your boons or you're no king. You're no dharma king. And he said, of course, I'll honor my boons. He called Ram in and he said, hey, Ram, you know, I was going to make you king tomorrow. But instead of that, you're going to the jungle for 14 years. And Ram says, anything you say, Dad, because he's a perfect dharmic son. I mean, you do what your father says in those days. See, that's why it's the second yuga instead of the Kali yuga. Things don't work quite that way now. Sure, Dad. I'm going to the jungle right away. So, everybody, there's much gritting of teeth, and everybody's very uptight and all this. But Ram is going to go to the jungle the next day. So Sita comes. Lakshman, of course, is going to go with Ram because Lakshman's never separated from Ram, and he's going to go and protect Ram. And so Sita comes and she says to Ram, you know, I hear you're going to the jungle and we're not going to be king and queen. And he says, yeah, that's the way it is. And she says, well, I'm going with you. And he says, oh, you can't go. I mean, there's snakes and stuff in the jungle and it's dangerous and you can't go there. She says, look, I'm your partner and there's no second question. I'm going. And so he said, okay, you're very stubborn. We'll go. So the 3 of them leave, Ram, Lakshman, and Sita, go off into the jungle. They put on bark dresses and clothing, and they go off to do 14 years in the jungle. And they build a thatched place, and it's really kind of neat, and everybody's really kind of happy there. I mean, he's doing what his father asked him to do. Bharat, when he comes back from visiting his uncle and finds what his mother has done, he's really pissed. And he goes to his mother and he says, what did you do this for? You must be out of your mind. And he says, I'm not going to rule this kingdom. And he goes running after Ram, charioting after him, actually. And he comes to where Ram's forested, living in the forest, dwelling. And Bharat says, I'm not going to rule. Come on back. This was all a mistake. In the meantime, Dasarat died of a broken heart. That's the way it goes. So Ram says, I can't because I promised my father, and dead or alive, I got to honor my promise, and that's that because I'm a Dharmic prince. So you don't say that, but that's understood. So finally, Bharat is so distraught, Ram says, I'll tell you what I'll do. Here are my sandals. You take those back and put them on the throne, and then you can be the prime minister, and it'll all work. So Bharat says, okay, and takes the sandals and goes back. And the sandals sit on the throne, and when there's a decision to make, they wiggle in a certain way. And so he didn't break his vow because, I mean, he's just clever. So Ram and Sita and Lakshman are living in the jungle. Now, Ravena. Ravena starts to hear about Sita because Sita is the most beautiful being in creation. She's the Earth Mother made manifest. And Ravena decides that although he has thousands of wives, as every worthy demon would, he has heard about this Sita, and he would very much like to have Sita be one of his wives. So he talks to different counselors, and they say, hey, don't be out of your mind because she's married to Ram, and don't forget Ram is God. I mean, Ram's Vishnu, so don't screw around. But he can't think of anything else. He's got to have a relationship with Sita. So what he does is he's got a cousin or something like that, a cousin, relative, who's a magician. And he says, you got to help me out. And what I'd like you to do is turn yourself into a deer that's very desirable and get Ram away from Sita, and I'll steal Sita. So the cousin says, yeah, I think this is an unwise move. And see, it is an unwise move, obviously. Ravana is greedy to get the Shakti of the universe, basically. He wants all the energy of the universe, which is what Sita represents. She represents the energy force. And so Ravana's cousin comes as a deer with diamond in its forehead and jeweled body, and it's an illusion like the rest of us are, but it's very pretty, and it galumphs across in front of the camp where Ram and Sita are, and Sita says, "Oh, Ram, could you get me that? You know, like taste this apple, whatever the thing is." It was, could you get me that? And Ram says, "Sure." And he goes off to get this beautiful deer, and he says to Lakshman, stay here with Sita, and everything will be fine. When Ram is gone, now Lakshman is very hip. He's very, very, very protective and very wise. And he sees that this deer is an illusion. But Ram and Sita are in romantic love, and they're playing out that one. So you want the deer? Sure, dear. You know, and off he goes. But Lakshman says, hey, this is not cool. This is an illusion here somewhere. But who's listening, you know? So then Lakshman is there with Sita, and there is a scream from the jungle of help, and it's in Ram's voice. Because the minute the deer got Ram away, then the deer yells in Ram's voice, help, help. And Sita says, oh, Ram is in trouble, go help him. And Lakshman says, that isn't Ram's voice. And she says, what is it? You're not loyal? You're not going to do this? And she upbraids him terribly. And finally, he gets very irritated. He says, all right, I will go. And he said, but he draws a circle, a magic circle around her. And he says, don't step out of this circle till I get back. Promise me that and I'll go. She promises him and he leaves. Right after he leaves, now she's alone in the magic circle at the camp. Ravana comes in the form of a Brahmin priest, an old Brahmin priest. Mataji, Mataji, Sapa. Points to his mouth. He's hungry. Yeah. Yeah. Chapati, chapati. Now, a dharmic wife must always receive the guest in the home as God. So she is trained from birth to be a perfect wife and a perfect house, the keeper of a home. Because the women in India, the home is the center of the village life, and the woman is the center of that. And she has her rules, and her rule is always to feed. So she said, of course, of course, Baba. And she goes and prepares food, and she brings it to him. And as she hands it to him, he grabs her hand, which is outside the circle, and he pulls her out of the circle. Okay. And he calls forth his aerial chariot, puts her on it, and heads for Sri Lanka. This is a bad situation now. Okay. On the way there, she drops a number of ornaments along the way to leave a trail. And Jatayu, who is a very devoted vulture. He's very devoted to Ram.
He's a good vulture.
He's a good vulture.
Really dharmic vulture.
He's an absolutely dharmic vulture. He sees what's happening, and he goes to Ravena. He says, hey, cool it. That's God's partner, and that's not good. And Ravena says very arrogantly, get out of my way. And so they have a terrible fight. And Jatayu is almost mortally wounded, very badly wounded. And they go on, flying on to Sri Lanka. Ram and Lakshman come back to the camp, and there's no Sita. And of course, you can imagine. I mean, because Ram isn't busy being Vishnu now. He's busy being Ram, and Ram's wife has been stolen away, and he's freaked. And he starts to look for Sita. And in the course of the travels, he meets a monkey. He meets a monkey who turns out to be the picture in your book, whose name is Hanuman. Now, Hanuman is actually Shiva in drag. You got to hear this one, see? When Vishnu came down as Ram, Bharat, Lakshman, and Satrughna, Shiva and Parvati were talking up there in bed on top of Mount Kailash, and they said, we're not going to miss all the fun. Shiva said, I'm not going to miss all the fun. I'm going to take birth to help out Ram on this one, to help out Vishnu, really. Because this is another face. I mean, this is around the corner again from Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Okay. So at that moment, Anjani, this very, very high monkey, she is down by the river. And suddenly Vayu, the wind god, comes and he blows into her dress, and the next day Hanuman's born. So Hanuman is the son of the wind and of a very, very sacred high woman saint monkey, Anjani. Hanuman is not an ordinary monkey. Not in the least ordinary. He's a very extraordinary monkey. In fact, the first day she leaves him in a cave, and the first day he wakes up and he's really hungry, and there's no fruit, and nobody cares, and nobody's noticing him. And he looks up, and there's the sun, and he thinks, what a fruit, I want that. And he leaps up, and he creates such havoc when he gets near the sun that he's knocked down, and he gets a break in his chin.
And the name Hanuman, literally translated, means the one with the broken chin.
Okay. So now we have Vishnu meeting Shiva to beat up somebody who is working from a boon from Brahma. And these are all one God. All right. You just got to see the beauty of this little dance. That this is the way the one comes into good and evil and dark and light and all this stuff. It's the way the whole thing comes into form. Are you still here? Is it? I can speed it up and give you the end. And So Hanuman says he'd like to help because he said, look, I've been waiting to meet you all my life. Because Hanuman lived only to serve Ram. Now on earth, Hanuman is a monkey, but he is devoted to Ram. And as you will see, his devotion is so one-pointed. And here's the next teaching, that when your devotion to the one or to the formless is pure and total enough, you then are an instrument of all the power of the universe. It pours through you because you don't stand in the way, because you're so totally surrendered. You're like the hand. He's known as the breath of Ram. He's so close. Hanuman is known as the breath of Ram. Okay, so to shorten the story, Hanuman goes to the other monkeys and he enlists the help of the other monkeys and the bears. There's many sub-stories in this we'll pass over. And the bears join also with Jambavan as the bear at their head. And Ram and Lakshman instruct the bears and monkeys to go in the 4 directions to see if they can find Sita. But since everybody sort of knows in advance that Hanuman's going to be the one that's going to find Sita, Ram gives Hanuman the ring of his ring, because Sita will know that that's a true emissary when she sees that ring. It's in the photo. That photo that you have of Hanuman shows him with the ring in his hand, and I'll tell you more about what it shows also in a minute. Okay, so Hanuman goes to the ocean south with the monkeys and the bears, some of them, and they get there and they hear from the vultures, the vulture world, that Sita's been taken over to Sri Lanka, and they want to go over to Sri Lanka, but there's a big body of water and they can't figure out how to do it. And someone will say, well, I can leap part way, but then I can't go the rest of the way. Finally, Jambavan says to Hanuman, look, don't you know who you are? You can leap there easily. Hanuman is under a curse that he doesn't know who he is. He says, oh, I can? Well, of course, then I will leap. And I must read you the leap. That's at least that I must read you. O King Ram, Hanuman is the son of the fast-racing, generous wind. There was dismay and faint sorrow, and it was time to be strong. Then, like a storm, Hanuman drove away low spirits. Like a light, he brought courage. In his mind, Hanuman had already crossed the sea and entered the demon city. He climbed one of the hills, this is in South India, to get firm ground under his feet. He began to fill up with power. He grew very large and heavy, and his tread pressed down the hill and crushed the cave of serpents. Hanuman's feet squeezed water from the hill. Rivers tumbled down, rock slides rolled, tigers ran off, and birds flew away. Hanuman stood on the hilltop. He held his breath and sucked in his stomach. He frisked his tail. He bent his knees and swung back his arms. Then, without pausing to think, he drew in his neck, laid back his ears, and jumped. It was grand. It was the greatest leap ever taken. The animals on the beach had never seen such a thing. They cheered Hanuman. The air burned from his passage. Red clouds flamed out of the sky, and Hanuman was far out of sight of land. The monkey was like a comet, pushing the sky from his way and bumping clouds aside. The wind roared under his arms and made the ocean pitch and roll. Sea spray rose and steamed up the sun. Beneath Hanuman as he went, the green salt water parted, and he could see the whales and fishes like people surprised at home. I love that image. Okay. So, Hanuman is crosses the ocean, and he goes through a number of adventures. He goes through one adventure. Here's the one adventure. The gods saw the son of the wind god sweeping along, and in order to test his extraordinary strength and intelligence, they sent Sarasa, a mother of serpents, who came near him and said, "The gods have provided me a meal today." On hearing these words, The son of the wind god said in reply, "Let me return after accomplishing Sri Rama's errand, O mother, and tell my lord the news of Sita. Then I will approach you and enter your mouth. I tell you the truth, mother, only let me go now." When, however, she would not let him go on any account, Hanuman said, "Then why not devour me?" She distended her mouth to a distance of 8 miles. The chief of monkeys grew double the size of her mouth. She stretched her mouth to a circumference of 128 miles. And the son of the wind god immediately took up a form covering 256 miles. Even as Sarasa expanded her jaw, there's an engineer's feet for you. Even as Sarasa expanded her jaws, the chief of the monkeys manifested a form twice as large as her mouth. When she further expanded her mouth 800 miles wide, the son of the wind god assumed a very minute form by which he entered her mouth and came out again before she could close it, and bowing his head to her, begged leave to proceed. She said, "I have gauged the extent of your wit and strength, the errand for which the gods dispatched me. You will accomplish all the work of Sri Ram, a storehouse that you are of strength and intelligence." She blessed Hanuman and she departed, and Hanuman joyfully resumed his journey. Well, there are many such adventures, which I won't belabor here because of the hour. Not because they're not all rich. And he beats up people and he does all kinds of stuff. And then he I mean, bad people. He doesn't beat up good people.
He's a dharmic monkey.
Dharmic monkey. Hanuman arrives at Sri Lanka and he makes himself into a very tiny little being, and he looks around for Sita and he can't find her anywhere. And then he sees on one doorpost the bow and arrow, which is the sign of Ram. And what is the sign of Ram doing in a demon stronghold? I mean, the demon stronghold is magnificent. It's described in vivid detail, with huge warriors wrestling and thousands of elephants and beautiful wells and lots of flowers. And everybody's really worldly. I mean, it's just... It's a combination of Paris and London and Los Angeles, and it's all that sort of image. And it's really incredible, intense. Hanuman's looking around, all he wants is Sita. And then he sees Ram's thing on the door and he can't imagine. And there's Vibhishan. Vibhishan is Ravana's brother, Ravana's good brother. See, Ravana has a number of brothers, and Vibhishan is a good brother who worships Ram. And Hanuman reads Vibhishan and he says, "I'm looking for Sita." And Vibhishan says she's in the Ashoka Grove. And Hanuman says, "How can you hang out here? What's it like?" And Vibhishan says, "It's not easy. I'll tell you, it's like the tongue between the teeth," which is a great image. It's like the tongue between the teeth. But I get by. I just keep Ram in my mind. And so Hanuman leaves and goes to the Ashoka Grove. The Ashoka Grove is where Ravana is keeping Sita until she will agree to become his wife. And he comes out and he's surrounded her with demonesses who are there to scare her. And she's sitting looking down at her own feet as Ram's feet. She's just thinking about Ram. That's all she's thinking about. And she's wasting away. Hanuman is really upset. He's in a tree as a little teeny figure, watching the scene. And just as he's about to talk to her, onto the scene comes Ravana with all his wives and all his court. And he says, "Sita, have you decided to become my wife?" And she says, "Comparing you to Ram is like comparing to the sun, to the reflection of the moon in a thimble. No, to a fly. What is it? To
a glowworm to the sun."
The glowworm to the sun. These are two different versions I'm putting together here. A glowworm to the sun. And Ravana gets furious. You mean you're still hung up about that old hermit, that little hermit you were hanging out with? I mean, I'm a king. I'll offer you everything. I'll make you my first wife. And Sita says, listen, either Ram's arm or your sword will have my neck. That's it, Jack. And Ravana says, well, I'll tell you, I'll give you 30 days. Because she's just won't budge. And he says, 30 days. And if you don't do it in 30 days, if you don't agree to be my wife, I'm taking your life. Hanuman hears all this. So then Sita is there and she's crying and she feels, because now who Sita is symbolically is she is the devotee who has been separated from the guru. She is, because in Indian marriage, the wife serves the husband as the guru. And so what this is the disciple being separated from the form of God that you worship, and they're pulled apart. And it's like we feel when we feel yearning and separation. And she's feeling that. She's feeling isolated and lonely and cut off, and like God has forgotten her. Nobody cares about her, and she feels desolate. And Hanuman at this point drops the ring down, and she sees it's Ram's ring, and she thinks it's an illusion. And then he says, no, I am an emissary of Ram, and I've come to reassure you he hasn't forgotten you. And that he's going to come with some friends, other monkeys and bears, and he's going to take care of Ravana, and everything will be all right. Just keep cool. And she says, but are all the monkeys pygmies like you? Because he's this little teeny thing. And so he huffs and puffs himself up, and he turns into his golden mountain form, which she's looking up at, and she's, well, you've convinced me. I see that Ram isn't playing with a second-rate band here. So, and he says, Mother, and then she gives him a blessing, a beautiful blessing, which we will pass on tonight. And then he says, Mother, I'm very hungry, and this is the Ashoka Grove is the place where Ravana's best fruit was grown. And after all, this is a monkey. And he says, I'm really hungry. Do you mind if I take this fruit? She says, well, it's guarded by an army of demons, but knowing who you are, go take anything you want with my blessing. So he goes and he breaks the trees and gets the fruit, and he gets the army. They bring out the whole army, and they can't stop him. And he's throwing tree trunks at them and rocks, like trees like in the we saw today. He was lifting them and just throwing them at them and stuff like that and laughing. And finally, one of them had an arrow that had a boon in it from Shiva. And it would come
and Hanuman was Shiva.
Yeah, Hanuman Shiva. And so the boon comes down, and it winds, the weapon winds Hanuman in a rope, which wouldn't hold Hanuman, except that the rope is the boon from Shiva. So that Hanuman doesn't want to dishonor the boon, so he lets himself be caught, because that's all part of the story. He has to, or the story wouldn't work. So Hanuman is then brought to, Hanuman is brought to Ravana's court, because he's been wiping out Ravana's best army. Ravana says, who are you? And Hanuman said, I'm an emissary from Ram, and I've come to tell you to give back Sita. And we have a great guru in this monkey, I see, says Ravana. And Ravana just laughs hysterically. Ho, 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 ho. And Vibhishan, who's Ravana's brother, is in court and says, hey, Ravana, you're making a mistake. This is really God's wife. This is the Shakti. Let her go, because you can't hold the Shakti. You're just a being. You can't hold it all. And Ravana is so arrogant. He's like Nixon was at the height of his megalomaniac power. I mean, it's like, I can do anything. I can lie, cheat, steal, do anything, because I've got all the power of the universe. And Vibhishan says, well, and Ravana says, let's kill this monkey, because I mean, he's a fool. And Vibhishan says, and the counselors say, Ravana, it's really bad to kill an emissary. I mean, it's just not good statecraft. You could maul him and mutilate him a bit, but you can't kill him. So Ravana says, all right, a monkey's very fond of his tail, so take his tail and burn it, set it afire, because that'll really upset everybody. So they wrap some rags and oil around the tail, but what Hanuman does is he keeps making the tail longer and longer and longer, and they use every rag in the city. I mean, they're just wrapping and wrapping and wrapping. Finally, when they set it on fire, he lets go of his bonds because he's fulfilled the dharmic responsibility, and he goes up with his burning tail and he lights the whole city on fire. And it's terrible. I mean, people are having I mean, it's just scary. All the demons are upset. And what they say is the women all miscarried, which is to show you how scared everybody was. And then Hanuman washes his tail off and goes back and says to Sita, I'd take you back myself, but I wasn't given orders to do that, and I'm a dharmic monkey, and I can't do that, but Ram will be along soon to get you, so stay cool. Sita says he better hurry because I'm going to be done in by Ravana soon. Hanuman says he will, and Hanuman flies back to the monkeys and bears who have almost given up hope, and when Ram meets Hanuman, it's another one of those scenes that's just breathtaking. Of Hanuman at Ram's feet, Hanuman having done this incredible act of reassuring the devotee, reassuring us that God has not forgotten us. That's basically what Hanuman serves as. Ram says, okay, let's go, let's save Sita. The monkeys and the bears take off and they go to the ocean edge, and then the question is, how are they going to get across? And they go, and Ram asks the ocean if it would help, and the ocean doesn't answer, which is really bad form. And so, since Ram is God, so Ram shoots an arrow into the ocean to wake it up a bit, and then the ocean comes and says, look, I'm supposed to be like this, sort of a little non-responsive, so don't get upset. I really want to serve you. What do you want? And he says, well, I really need to get across you to do this little errand. And the ocean says, well, you have two monkeys in your crowd, Nila and Nala, who have a boon that when they touch a rock, it'll float. So Ram said, thank you very much to the ocean. And then Nila and Nala came and they kept touching rocks, and they built a bridge with these rocks across the way. And everybody helped. Even the little chipmunks came out, and they'd roll in sand and then come out and shake and let the sand get in. And at one point, the chipmunks got very upset because the big monkeys and bears kept shoving the chipmunks aside. And the chipmunks went to Ram and they said, this isn't fair. We're helping too. And why are you persecuting us this way? And Ram reached down and he stroked their back. And that's why they have those little stripes down the back. That's okay. So, Ram and all the Mishpoch across the ocean now, and they're ready to take on Ravana, who's up there arrogant with his 10 heads and 20 mustaches and 20 arms and laughing gleefully. And he's about to be done in by God, but he doesn't, he's just too arrogant to see that. And so the armies start to clash, and there's incredible illusion in the dance and false armies. And I mean, there are 4 versions of this story, and each one is more outrageous than the last. It's so far beyond Steven Spielberg that, I mean, this story is so powerful in Indian culture that when they made a television version of the Ramayana, it played on Sunday mornings at 9:30 to 10 or something like that. And every Sunday for a year, when that was on, the trains all stopped in the stations, and they had television monitors in the stations, and everybody in India just stopped to watch that. Governments, everything stopped. So at one point in this battle that starts to rage, this wild battle, in illusion, the monkeys, many of them are killed, and Lakshman is wounded, and that really freaks Ram, because Lakshman is such a devoted brother. And so the wise preceptor says, well, I'll tell you, there's an herb up in the Himalayas. This is way down now, this is over in Sri Lanka. There's an herb up in the mountains that could cure Lakshman if we get it soon enough. And so they need a kind of a UPS, some quick thing. And they say to Hanuman, look, you can fly, you go get it. And Hanuman says, of course I'll go. And Hanuman goes up to the mountain. And he goes to get the herb, but he gets to the mountain and he looks at the mountain and he can't remember which herb it is because he's a monkey. And so he lifts up the whole mountain and brings it back. And so Hanuman is often shown as holding a mountain flying through the air, and that's the healing herbs. And therefore he's like the power of healing is one of his things. He's also, by the way, the Ishtadev, or the form that is on all the army flags in India. He's the symbol for the mascot for the army. The herb heals Lakshman and all the other monkeys, and all the good guys are happy, and the bad guys are getting wiped out. And finally, it comes down to a battle between Ram and Ravena, and it's getting really close. And I want to read you one thing. I don't know how many I've lost, but what the hell? I'm happy here, and that seems to be important too.
This story is thousands and thousands of pages, which has been interpreted basically by him in this version. When it's done in India, it's sung, and it goes on for 18 hours a day, and it takes 60 days to sing it. That's the full story, and you're getting it in an hour.
Okay, so this is now the night before the battle between Ram and Ravena. And Ravena climbs to the parapets of his castle, and he's dancing in the dark, and he's just brilliant. I mean, he's an incredible being, Ravena. He's extraordinary. He's not just ego. He's also an incredibly high yogi. And fiery sparks stream downward from his arms. In the wind, his 20 waving arms opened and closed like the petals of a graceful flower. Blue flames shimmered round his form. Electric thunders crackled bright in his long, loose hair. And Ravena looked out at Ram and the animals as though to confuse them, as though they were already dead. Then Ravena clapped all his hands and stamped his feet 3 times and ended his dance. It was full night. The wind fell and was gone, and the worlds were empty of sound. Ravena disappeared from view. Then as he came down the winding stairway inside the tower, the demon king met Time, waiting for him there. Time, wearing a body so shriveled and old that he looked even dead when he moved. The way was too narrow to pass, and Ravena had to stop. "Welcome, Ravena." Time looked up and grinned happily. "Now at last your life is over, and you must pay me for the sins of a lifetime. You're about to die, and now for all eternity hell waits for you. And even your memory will be lost in endless years of silence. For your great wrongdoing, I have fallen in beside you all unseen, moving where you move, waiting in your shadow for the moment. How have you eluded me so long?" "Indeed," said Ravena, "I smile at your folly." Time answered, "Oh, do you think so, Ravena? Do you believe, Demon King, that I only control others? That time will never rule you? I'll have the last word. I'll humble you and kill your spirit. I'll press loneliness into your heart and chill your bones. There is no return." Ravena laughed. "You little liar." "What? You stole Sita and you'll pay." "You're the thief, not I," said Ravena. "For a few moments' pleasure, you take whole lives in payment." Death and misery are your good friends, but you yourself are unreal. You do not exist. You cannot steal from me. Do you know who I am? Cried Kala, the god of time. You're a fraud, said Ravana, and you know it. Why, you're not looking so well yourself, Ravana smiled. May you feel worse tomorrow. Time said, Ravana, you're mad. There's no help for it. You're doomed. All the good times are gone by. Things can never be still. All must change and die. It will be as though you had never been born. Time will pass, Ravana. Time will pass. We know better than that, said the demon king. Love is eternal, and we are beyond your reach. See, he's saying, I was in love with Sita, and love transcends time, is basically. Just a moment, don't be absurd. You don't believe those old stories, do you? Said Time. I believe them just enough, said Ravana. This time you've made a mistake. You've wrongly faced Ravana, who has gambled his life for love, and always will, I guess. All loss of love or life is a lie, old age is an illusion, and only bad things perish. Really, I fail to see what. I've forgotten you had that problem, smiled the Demon King, but I must be on my way. My time is far too valuable to waste on anything but daydreams. Be careful, turn and go. Go back, away from Ravana, who will fight and die for love, for good love never dies. How'd you find that out? Stand aside, Time. Pretend to rule styles and fashions if you will, but don't talk of being over me. You're but a poor slave yourself. Then Ravana touched Kala, but lightly with one hand, and stood straight again. Time started to sweat. He sneezed and looked around. His voice cracked when he spoke. Why, it's all dusty. Everything here, it's all covered with dust. Ravana stood with all his hands on his hips as he watched time fade and vanish with a puzzled look, ever still trying in vain to say something more. Ravana stood on the empty stair. We'll be done in about 3 minutes. Battle starts. Incredible battle. I mean, you got to cut off all the heads, and it's a whole thing. But I mean, Ram's going to win, obviously, because that's the game. But so the battle is over, and Ram wins. And and then Ram goes and they get Sita, and she's really happy. And Sita and Ram get on the chariot and they go back to Ayodhya. And I mean, it's really happiness city. People are happy. Everybody's happy. Bharat's happy. The sandals are happy. Everybody's happy. The whole thing is very happy. And just, I've just got to give you one more little teeny thing, and then you can go to bed. Imagine. Hanuman was hanging out now with Ram and Sita and all in the palace, and it was all very beautiful. And Hanuman came bounding down from the sky. He was just floating around, and he hit the ground with a thud like a thunderstorm. He was close to Ram, smiling at him, laughing and gay. Oh, Hanuman, said Ram. My king. Hanuman knelt before Ram. Rama said, as long as men shall speak of you, you will live on earth. And by the way that has been interpreted is that whenever the Ramayana is told, like tonight, Hanuman is present. And often he comes in the form of a crazy person or a very ragged person, somebody that you wouldn't expect to be Hanuman. So I don't know who you are. Someone in here isn't who they think they are, or isn't who we think they are. No one can equal you, said Ram. Your heart is true, your arms are strong, you have the energy to do anything. You have served me faithfully and done for me things that couldn't be done. It's nothing, said Hanuman. I'm your friend, that's all. Ram wore a rare golden bracelet set with gemstones, inherited from the wealth of the solar kings from ancient days. He said, Best of monkeys, take this as my gift, and gave it to Hanuman. Hanuman snatched the bracelet from Ram and started to turn it over and around in his furry paws, looking closely at it. Then he bent and he broke it. He twisted the gold and pulled out the jewels. He bit down on the priceless gems and broke them like nuts and carefully searched over the pieces, looking everywhere for something. Ram asked him, Monkey, at a time like this, why are you still so difficult? Hanuman answered, Lord, though this bracelet looked expensive, it was really worthless, for nowhere did it bear your name. What do I want with anything plain? Vibhishan sniffed at that. That's the old brother of Ravena, who's now part of Ram's court because he's the good guy that came over. He says, Then I can't see what value life has to you, monkey. Why don't you destroy your body as well? Then with his sharp fingernails, Hanuman tore open his breast and pulled back the flesh. And see, there was written again and again on every bone in fine little letters, Ram, 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 Ram. Ram put down the grass he held, and with his two hands he pressed together Hanuman's parted flesh, and the wound over his beating heart came together, leaving no scar at all. Rama drew off his hand his broad, gleaming gold ring that said Rama, the ring that Hanuman had carried to Sita. He put it into Hanuman's wet, blood-stained paw and gently closed the monkey's fingers over it. Who is this monkey, Hanuman? Ram has let him loose in the world. He knows Ram, and Ram knows him. Hanuman can break in or break out of anywhere. He cannot be stopped like the free wind in flight. Hanuman can spot a tyrant. He looks at deeds, not words, and he'll go and pull his beard. Disguises and words of talk cannot confuse a mere wild animal. That monkey will break the handsome masks of evil kings. Hanuman will take your sad tunes and use it to make a happy dance.
About 2 weeks ago, I joined what was humorously referred to as Sayadaw tours, which was a group very informally led by Joseph and Jack. We met quite accidentally in Bangkok, and we went we visited 2 monasteries, and I had a chance to meet 2 of the teachers who had a very profound effect on Jack's training, one of whom was Ajahn Chah. We also visited a monastery, perhaps the first of its kind, which is under the abbotship of a Westerner, with Westerners as the bhikkhus or sadhus, monks. Very much like Black Elk, I am always faced with that predicament that he had about his visions of seeing more than you can say and knowing more than you saw. For it's hard to describe what subtle effects seeing people living such disciplined monastic lives can have on you. And seeing in the older students and in the abbots and the senior monks such perfect equanimity and such inner strength. In both of the abbots, the other thing that was very obvious was that the method of Vipassana had taken them beyond their method, and that these men were both men of joy, of great love, and that they awakened in the monks much reverence and love. In fact, the scenes were considerably more bhakti, more devotionally warm in this subtle way than I am used to in connections with monasteries. For we very rarely see the products of Vipassana at such an evolved level, where the forms start to disappear. And both of these abbots, in their remarks to us, which were exquisitely translated by Jack, who is very subtle in his understanding of the Thai and Laotian languages, we were in effect allowed to see that balance that exists in such beings between freedom, play, and love on the one hand, and perfect commitment to lineage on the other. In fact, I think we were privileged to see something that most of the monks are not allowed to see in the stage they're at. For some of the monks that were present later came up to us and thanked us for coming, because they said it allowed them to see a whole different aspect of their teacher. For to them, he shows lineage, the face of lineage, and merely demands the severest discipline. He upbraided them severely for not wearing their robes properly on a very hot day, in view of the fact that guests were present. And yet, to us, I never felt that there was any judgment or imposition of the forms. But I felt more fully than I think I've felt before the basic tenets that Buddha taught. There was nothing these men said, and I could feel it as they were saying it, that I don't say. I didn't hear any of their material that wasn't familiar. But the place from which they said it, the depth of the appreciation of the nature of suffering, the cause of suffering, the way to end suffering, the depth of the punya, of their appreciation of anicca, dukkha, anatta. The power that comes from the beings because of the depth of their samadhi, and the fact that these beings live with over 200 precepts of shila, of purification, and many of them have been doing so for 40 years. It is clear that the senior monks don't follow shila, purification, what they have, quote, given up out of any sense of hardship. Their one meal a day is very sufficient. The silence in their life is enough. It was the first time I was ever at a forest monastery, a true forest monastery. Each of the cells is a room maybe 8 feet square, set up in stilts, isolated from all the others by many trees, high enough up so that on hot days they could sit underneath it, all made of thatch, weaving. The nuns live separate from the monks. No monk can go to the nun's side without some duenna, somebody to go along with him. When I went to offer something to the Western nun that was there, she couldn't take it from my hand. I had to place it on the ground and she would pick it up. We all went with the young Western monks on their begging rounds, carrying their huge begging bowls, some of them 5 miles, going out at 4:30 in the morning, just the first light. Coming into villages, very poor villages, where the villagers kneel by the side of the road with these little wicker baskets full of what's called sticky rice, which is a form of rice they grow there, which is easier to grow than regular rice. It's a kind of a gelatinous mass. and they would reach in and grab a piece of rice and stick it into the bowl. The monks would not look to either side. They would just hold their bowls, and this would be done, and they just walked their rounds, came back to the monastery, and when they had all regathered, which was at around 10 in the morning, 5 hours for this process, the food was distributed among them. It was all turned over to the nuns, who then prepared it, mixed it, distributed all the different things that had been brought in. And then it was eaten in silence, with the eldest monk eating first. One could feel the yearning inside all of us, I think, for this kind of simple, deep, quiet, dharmic existence. The Western abbots said, we're fulfilling a role within the community. They don't have a feeling, the younger monks do have the feeling that they're in as an experiment and that they will probably leave after some time. The older monks don't. For them, it is their way of life. And you can feel in that culture the balance of that way of life, so that their existence, as these brown-robed monks walk through the villages, you can see that it gives meaning to the villagers' lives. And their offering of food is their merit or their sadhana, their offering. And the existence of these monasteries all over Thailand is feeding the community in a very beautifully balanced way. It's keeping the spirit. The fact that these men or women are dedicating their lives to the spirit is feeding the entire community. The monastery we were visited is not many miles from the border. Across the border, the monasteries have been totally destroyed by the communist guerrillas in very vicious ways, with the abbots usually having their bellies slit with knives and their intestines taken out and shown to them to show them what they have been feeding at the expense of the people. And yet I didn't get a flicker of a vibration of fear in the monks, even though much of this might be inevitable for them as well. I think that journey brought Jack and Joseph and I, and in fact the whole group that was there, Jamie was there from class in New York, Kathy and Alan, Steve Smith and Chandra and all that. What it seemed to do was bring us all closer together and free us of a lot of the tensions that exist between whose method is which. And it felt very much like it was inevitable. Sooner or later, we would all grow beyond all of our forms and labels. Because I, as a bhakti, who now know what my way is very clearly from what happened to me, from what I've learned this year, and know that my way is my love of my guru and my loving of all things and beings and my understanding of all experiences of my life as a dialogue with my guru. While I'm secure in that as my method, and know that my basic method is not vipassana, yet I have no difficulty at all in next week going down to San Diego to take a course with Jack and Joseph. And Joseph and Jack, I think, also, we all felt, especially with Ajahn Chah, who has a big belly and a very warm, loving way, that there were just shades of Maharaji. and that we all saw the very deep devotional and loving and bhakti quality of this tradition at its highest level. It's very delicate. For example, I recall Trungpa Rinpoche saying he would give up everything but his lineage. And I could feel the restraints on these beings to stay within their forms. And in this way, Buddhism is different than the concept of guru in Hinduism. Because in Buddhism, in the Kalyan Metta, the spiritual friend that the teacher is, or the tulkus in Mahayana Buddhism, they carry the precious jewel, which is the lineage, and it's passed from person to person. And what they are offering you is the jewel of the method, the practices. The Hindu guru concept is the merging of one being into another. The jewel is the being. In Ajahn Chah's case, the jewel and the being are one, but the form is still the transmitter of the jewel. Maharaji, my guru, had no form that he transmitted. He kept undercutting forms. All there was the nature of being. Part of my error in the past was demanding that every teacher be Maharaji and not make this distinction. But it's a very real distinction. My difficulty is that the only jewel, because of the lineage which is passed in the case of Maharaji, from being into being, all I can do is love and be loved and love and be loved until that flow occurs. There's no form for it. It's all forms of daily life. And somewhere between that and these very exquisite forms lies the path we are pursuing. And as Joseph and Jack and I explored, and Steve explored the process of setting up a monastic setting that would be more evolved than Barry, the Insight Meditation Society, the big monastery, which offers these courses. Questions were, what kind of Shila, what kind of purification would you demand? What are we ready for? What kind of discipline are we ready for? Are we transporting Theravadan Buddhism to America? Or are we taking the practices and molding them to our own what? To our own attachments? Or to our own peculiar karmic needs? Very subtle issues. each year gets more interesting and more profound for all of us. Sometimes the year is a year of the most intense training. Sometimes the year is a year of floundering and depression and despair. But all of us here must realize by now how much all of it is the process. Because we have enough mindfulness to be able to grow through all of it. It's only when you lose mindfulness completely that the material is just karma running you instead of you working through karma. And maybe more of us are arriving at a stage now where we aren't desperately grabbing at this and that for fear we aren't enough. But we're just staying open to how the cards are being dealt and responding to the yearning for discipline when it is there and allowing the flow or even lack of discipline when that yearning is absent. I think maybe at this point we're ready to mindfully attend to our guilt rather than buying in on it every time it arises. This was a hard year for me, and one of the most beautiful and high years I ever can recall. Feels like they're getting better and worse all at once. It's the joy, not the pleasure. I was in a world in Bali of pleasure seekers. But what I experienced was bliss. But the bliss which includes the pleasure and the pain. Because when you seek pleasure, you seek to avoid pain. But when you stay mindful and keep releasing yourself from the attachments to your desires, you begin to know bliss and joy.
As I said, it's good to be with you this evening. Because when you have a choice, it seems to me reasonable that you want to hang out with people of like mind and like heart. And you want to hang out with people, I do anyway, I want to hang out with people who want to grow, who want to awaken, who want to hear how it is, who want to find integrity in their own lives, who would like to be statements of truth and beauty and presence and love. That's who I'd like to hang out with. Now, when I was a child, when I'd say a dirty word, my mother would say, "You filthy mouth, little boy, wait till your father gets home." And poor father would come home tired, and my mother would say, "That dirty mouth little boy said thus and so." My father, taking his cue, would say, "Why, you little fool." And he'd get very angry, and now and then, when the word was foul enough, he would give me a clout on the behind. Well, now that makes me technically an abused child. So I could, at this point, join a group and that would be my identity. I am an ex-abused child, working to become unabused. Okay? And I would hang out with other people who define themselves as abused children, ex-abused children, who are trying to work it out. But I remember Trungpa Rinpoche, a very far-out rascally Tibetan Lama. Once I was with him, and he said, "Ram Dass," I said, I came in to ask him for meditation instruction. And he said, "Ram Dass, at this point you should just be doing Ati Yoga. You should just be expanding outward with the mind." So he said, "Let's try it." We sat across this little table from one another, and he had his sake glass, and we looked into each other's eyes. And after about 20 seconds, he said to me, "Ram Dass, are you trying?" I said, "Oh, yes." He said, "No, don't try. Just expand outward." Because trying is a certain stance. I'm really trying to be healthy. I'm trying to do good. It's really not interesting enough. I mean, if you have a choice, why join the triers? Why don't you join the didders? I mean, you want to let go of personal history, not celebrate it too much. And so if you're going to choose the group to be with, like about 11 or 12 years ago, I chose the Seva group to be with. Seva is a Sanskrit word which means to serve, and I figured if I want to be with a group of people, if I'm going to invest in hanging out with a group of people, at least let me find other people who share my desire to relieve suffering in the world. Seems reasonable. And I can tell you, 12 years in, it's the best game going in town for me. But it demands a lot. It's interesting to join a group like that. Because if you really share the desire to relieve suffering, you find out very quickly that it's easy to do good, but it's hard to do good well. And that in your zeal to get rid of suffering, you usually walk in heavily and end up creating more suffering than you eradicate because of the violence of your zeal to do good. Because you get stuck in righteousness, which is a really corrosive illness. It's milking the situation for a feeling of I'm good. I mean, either you are good or you aren't. So we had to eat our righteousness. Wavy Gravy, the clown, who's a member of the board, helped us a lot. Because he said, he introduced us to these glasses, which are called the serious glasses. And if anybody in the board uses the word serious, like dealing with death, violence, hunger, starvation, AIDS, they have to put on the serious glasses so we don't take ourselves too seriously. Because as Wavy pointed out, if you don't have a sense of humor, it just isn't funny. So we have to be very straight with each other so that the suffering, so that in our zeal to do good, we don't create more suffering. Because there's a way of helping another person. Just make sure you leave space in the aisle so the fire marshal will be happy if he wants to walk down here, just in the center of the aisle. Because often when you do something for somebody, the act itself seems very good, but you're like Typhoid Mary. I mean, all she was doing was cooking. No, what a kind thing to do. She was cooking for people. She was also spreading typhoid. And you can do good in ways that do funny things to other people. Because you can do good out of your own fear of getting too close to them. It's like pity. It's a way to keep people at a distance. And so you do good to them. And that, in a way, makes them feel separate. There are ways of doing something for another person that separates you from them. And then there are ways of doing something with another person that bring you together. And when you begin to realize that the healing of the human individual, the spirit, the healing of the being, is a process of heart-to-heart resuscitation, a quality in which you share heart with another person. You share a heart space, a place of being together. And whether you give them food or you can only hold their hand or you can't do anything for the kind of pain or whatever they've got, you are here with them. I work with AIDS, people with AIDS. And there's a person with AIDS with extreme symptoms, with KS lesions and with pneumocystis, pneumonia, and with numerous other opportunistic illnesses that have come because the immune system doesn't fight it off. And this person, let's say, is in his 30s. Very creative, talented human being who now realizes that probably his leaving his body is imminent. So his dream is crashing to the ground of who he thought he was. Now, what can I do for that person? I can commiserate with them. I mean, my heart can break because their heart is breaking. But also, if my mind is not too caught in the drama of somebody with AIDS dying, I can be an environment with my mind that will allow them to come out of the drama and just be another being with a different curriculum. Dying of AIDS. How interesting. Instead of, oh my God, I'm dying of AIDS. Everybody in this room, including me, has a drama that you are milking for all it's worth. I'm trying to get enlightened. That's a good one. I'm a meditator. I don't know whether I believe all this stuff or not. That's a good one. Everybody thinks they're somebody, and so they have a storyline. And the problem is we get trapped in our somebodyness. We get so well socialized into being somebody. We went into somebody training when we got born, because our parents thought they were somebody, and they were certainly going to, somebody's train somebodies. They don't train nobody. So you become somebody. You really know who you are. You've got diplomas, and people say, she's really somebody. And then at some point you begin to realize you got trapped. It's called the moment of awakening. When you see you got trapped in your somebodyness. That no matter how luxurious your somebodyness is, it's like a large prison cell. And usually the first thing you feel is sort of pain and dis-ease. So you go to a therapist, and the therapist helps you rearrange the furniture in the cell. But just like Plato's cave, at some point you realize that you're in the prison of your own mind. And you have tasted the possibility of freedom. Now that first taste is when you break out of the structures of reality that your mind has created. And for most people, that when they acknowledge that experience, everybody's doing it all the time, by the way. But the culture, if it doesn't support it, they keep it to themselves. They even keep it from themselves. That's even further out. They say, I was crazy. God, I got to watch my mind. I'm going out of my mind. Instead of, I went out of my mind. It's interesting, just in the past 20 years, if you look at the Gallup and Roper polls about how many people in this country believe in something after death, and how many widows believe they've been in contact with their husbands, the numbers have just been going up geometrically. Now, do you think it's really been changing, or people are just copying to it? I think 20 years ago you didn't admit that. You didn't admit you believed in reincarnation. What a flaky thing to believe. But it creeps up on you. Don't expect me to be linear, by the way, because see, the human mind doesn't work linearly, it works associatively. And for me to impose linearity on my mind does violence to it. And I really realize that what we're here for is to hang out, and I'll be what I am. And Gandhi said, my life is my message. So this is it. And so I just let my mind play with us. So you want to help another person, but it's very complicated, because if you are busy being a helper, you demand the other person be the helped. I used to be a psychotherapist, and I really thought I was a therapist. And if you think you're a therapist and you're in a room with another person, who could they be? Right. And finally I realized that I could just be a being in another room with another being, and we do what we needed to do. If we needed for me to be a therapist, I'll play therapist. You begin to appreciate that you can extricate yourself from your definitions of who you think you are. It doesn't mean you can't do all those things, but you don't identify with them. And you can take them on and take them off and put them on. Yes. Oh my goodness. The celebration's begun. So I sit with this being with AIDS, and I look until I see who's behind the being that thinks they have AIDS, and they think they're their body, and they think they're dying. Who's behind that? And the only way I'll see who's behind that in them is when I see who's behind that in me. So I have to get out of the way until I'm just here. And then I see another person just here. Are you in there? I'm in here. Far out. How did you get into that one? See? And it's like you see another awareness, another entity inside a different drama. It's just like two actors meeting on the stage. And they're each costumed for their part. And as I see that other thing in that person, I feel so much love for that being who is going through this process of incarnation that my heart opens wide, because I recognize none other than myself, really. Because if you go back far enough in consciousness, you find out, go by interrelationships, and then you find out that you get back into awareness and there's only one of it. It's like the one God or one spirit, and then it comes into all these forms, and they're all like the one in drag. See, and the art is to see through the individual differences, to honor them, to honor our incarnation and our individual differences, but not to get lost in the drama of it. And so when you meet another being that you recognize, you in there, I'm in here, far out. How are you playing it this time? Well, I'm about to die of AIDS this time. Oh, didn't you do that last time? No, last time I... Well, have a good journey. Here I go. Ah, dead. Again. See how weird it is? You know what this Hubble telescope is going to do? I mean, it's going to show us galaxies and galaxies and galaxies. It's like, what's his name? Billions and billions of years. And then you're going to realize how small it all is. You know those little bugs that are born in the morning and die in the evening? Around noon they say, this is life. Time is so funny, you know. We have all these different time units that we take as real. I mean, when you're a corporation stockholder, the quarterly report is your time unit. When you're an arbitrager, which changes currencies, you're a 2-second operator. You can be made a millionaire in about 2 seconds just by buying the Japanese yen 1 second before everybody else figures out it just dropped or went up or something. If you're concerned about the earth, our bad farming techniques use about 1 inch of topsoil every couple of years, and it takes 100 years to produce 1 inch. That's an interesting time relationship. Then there's the time relationship that to raise a person with support from the state takes childcare and lunches and school programs and summer jobs for school students, college education. Wholesale, that's about $40,000. The government gets it wholesale, it would appear. $40,000 is just what it takes of 17 months of one person in prison. It's an interesting trade-off. Yeah. But see, the predicament is that raising a person takes about 20 years. And our political time units are 2 to 6 years. People aren't going to go for programs that they're not going to see the results of, because it's not going to get them elected. So that's funny, isn't it? And then how about the carcinogens that we're eating and drinking unknowingly? They have about a 25-year span before you'll know that that wasn't the right one to eat or drink. Okay? One an interesting one, nuclear waste. Boy, did we blow it. You know, we really thought technology had beat the system. We're so arrogant. We thought atomic energy would do it, cheap energy, it would really do it. Now we have so much waste material. I mean, we've got a stuffed intestine, the likes of which you wouldn't believe. And we can't get rid of this stuff. We don't know what to do with it, because the problem is it is lethal for 250,000 years. That's 100 times the history of civilization. And we're sitting around saying, well, I have a theory. If you embed it in salt, it will be safe. Except the salt turns out to leak. And Admiral Watkins, the head of the atomic energy, he's told, look, just keep the game going, but go be truthful. He's truthful about everything except that he's committed to keeping the game going. And actually, the mistake is the game. And I know in my heart that's true. And yet I'm part of a social system in which that is not being acknowledged that that's true. Now that's an interesting problem for me. And the interesting question is how much you and I live with the dissonance between what our inner hearts know to be true and the external social institutions that we're affiliated with. That's far out. Something happened to me and a few others in the 60s that opened us to a feeling of compassion. The last 8 years with President Reagan, I did not feel that the image of my country was a compassionate one. And that feeling was painful to me because I was a citizen of this country, and this country's stated values were not in harmony with my inner heart of what I knew to be true. And so most of us, since we live with this all the time, we become sort of closet compassionates. You know, we sneak a compassionate act in, almost as a heretic act, an act of heresy. I mean, I work in Central America with Guatemalans. with Mayan Indians, beautiful Mayan Indians. Women whose husbands and sons had been murdered before their eyes by the army of a government that our government supports. And I'm there helping the Mayan Indians to survive. Now that's an act of heresy. It's going against my own country's policy. It's a funny kind of dissonance to feel. It seems to me what happened, I was just reading before I came out, a book about the Freemasons. You know the dollar bill has that pyramid with the break and you don't think of dollars much about what's on them. They go by so fast. But that pyramid says, it's translated as, the works of humans are incomplete unless they incorporate divine insight. And the belief of the Freemasons was that leaders must be guided by supra-conscious intuition. That doesn't sound like the leaders I know. And yet, 50 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were Freemasons, and 50 of the 55 people at the Constitutional Convention. So what we could argue now is not that these documents are not a method for integrating spirit into action, but that we are no longer able to read the maps because we're looking at it from a different place. We're looking at the individual as an economic unit, as a consumer or as an unemployed or employed person. If you liked the 60s, you are going to love the 90s. Because the 60s were a time of change, incredible change. Civil rights movement, Kennedy, Peace Corps. It was a time of compassion. It was a time of idealism. It was a time of awakening. It was a time in which the individual human spirit stood up and said, what we are doing in Vietnam is wrong. Not that the Vietnam vets who were over there doing it were doing what they thought was wrong, but that the whole system behind it was wrong. And you can see that same feeling in the soldier, the student standing before the tank in Tiananmen Square, and you see it in Eastern Europe. You see the human spirit throw off the human mind's repressive forces in which ideas repress human spirit. And you hear the word democracy as if hearing it for the first time, as if freshly heard. President Havel of Czechoslovakia comes to our Congress and he blows the scene away with the purity of his heart and his truth. And we feel a strange feeling of disquiet because these experiments in democracy are mirroring to us where we are, because we've been the champions of democracy. But our democracy was equated somehow with consumerism, got lost. Our democracy at its height was the privilege of being Donald Trump, which is a bizarre obscenity. He isn't an obscenity. He's another soul living through his trip, God bless him. I mean, somebody's got to do it, you know. They used to sacrifice maidens, you know. For a year, they'd build her, you know, she'd be the beautiful queen, and then they'd chop her up. Poor Donald. It's like a sacrificial lamb that we need in this culture. Because this myth of individualism is an obsession with us. And we've got to allow that one person can amass billions and billions of dollars and power and buildings, and people are afraid of him. Except Ivana. The Daily News, the headline was, Ivana be rich. I want to be rich. That was great. See, we're living in a time of outmoded myths. That the myths we have about who we all are aren't really interesting any longer. Not only aren't they interesting, but they are not good for our health. Not only are they, because they're starving us to death. First of all, they're wiping out our planet, because our myths were that you could take anything you wanted to make yourself. That was what freedom, that was what democracy meant. You could do anything you wanted to get what you wanted, to have it. And the whole issue of the common good got lost in something called the trickle-down effect. But talk about the 60s being exciting. Look at what you have at this moment. Politically, a whole sea of change in which everything's up for grabs all over again. Our whole political structure is based on having an enemy. If we don't have one, we got to create one. Because we don't have any other myths that draw us together other than having an enemy. Maybe it'll be the Medellin cartel. We've developed a whole web of no expectations of people telling the truth. I mean, it's so interesting that all of the North can stand up and say, yes, I lied to Congress and I did it for the common good. Economically, we're in a far-out position. Because as the polarization between the haves and the have-nots gets greater, as the permanent underclass gets more obvious, as there are homeless people everywhere, something in the system of what we thought was democracy isn't quite working. Because it had something to do with every human being had a right to their basic human needs. If a society was working, wouldn't that be the way you'd assume it was? Without, if somebody was starving, say it's your own fault. It's their own fault if they got addicted to a drug to escape from a lack of opportunity in a world. What would you do? Sit around and just suffer? Somebody comes along and say, hey baby, $5 and you won't feel no pain. Oh no, I will just suffer on against this, you know. I mean, homelessness is our problem. If any of us are homeless, we are all homeless. And it's interesting because as that polarization between the haves and have-nots gets further, and there are more have-nots than there are haves by far, I mean, you look at our society, which is 6% of the world's population, and we use something like 40% of the resources available. As Gandhi said, there's enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed. And those have-nots are breathing heavily at the door. Talk about the 90s being exciting times. They are not going to wait for an altruistic trickle-down. The South versus the North, political debt structures. The homeless around the corner. These aren't throwaways in a society. These are us. These are us. There was a large segment of this population that because AIDS struck gays and needle users said, well, that's fine. Will appear to be concerned, but this is fine. It's wiping out two very unacceptable populations. Sound familiar to you? Sound familiar? It's the Holocaust all over again. And if you think the political and the economic, I mean, the social one's interesting because, see, like the only people that use drugs in an escapist sense are two groups. One are the inner city poor who have no economic opportunities. And the other are the yuppies, the people who are making it, who are really making it in this society. The young, upper, middle class, professional. They're using it. You say, well, what are they using it for? They're using it because they were promised that when they did certain things and they won, they would feel good. And they did, and they don't. Because the myths didn't work. Because even if you accrue all of the stuff, if you have to close off something in life in order to be happy, you're never really content. And you have to close off all the people that don't have what you have in order to be happy in your mind. You deny their existence. Like there's a study that shows that people that make 15,000 think that if they made 50,000, they would realize their dreams. The people that make 50,000 think that if they made 100,000, they would realize their dreams. In terms of the percentage of people who have realized their dream, 5% of the people that make 15,000 say they have realized their dream, and 6% of the people that make 100,000 say they have realized their dream. Seems a lot of trouble for very little return. Doesn't it seem that way to you? But see, to talk about not wanting to make more is almost un-American. Because you're not playing your part in the consumer unemployment cycle. We have to have planned obsolescence. We have to keep consuming. We need bigger markets to buy. We have to have those markets have money to be productive to buy. So we've got to keep the poor people with enough money to buy so that the money keeps going, and it keeps getting less and less evenly distributed all the time. The rich get richer and the poor get poor. The whole thing is very bizarre. And I think it's because that basic pyramid got too far separated from the upper part on the dollar bill. I love it, it's on the dollar bill. The thing underneath it says, Novus Ordo Secularum, which means a new order of the ages is born. And Anuit Coptus, which is above it, means the one looks with favor upon our undertaking. That's nice. But if you think all that's interesting in the 90s, try ecology. That's an interesting one. And as Earth Day comes, it's interesting. Earth Days suddenly become interesting. because things are starting to hit the fan. Because our unconscious use of resources is starting to. Only 5% of the world's rainforests are left. Every time you eat a Burger King, those cattle are grazing on land in which they cut down the trees so they could have grazing land, so you could have a cattle-fed beef patty. Every time you just use one of those nice styrofoam cups for the picnic because paper doesn't do as well. Styrofoam will hold hot drinks easier. There goes the ozone layer. It takes decades to rebuild the ozone layer. Interesting. We have so much garbage in this country. See, isn't it funny how our waste is our problem? Can't get rid of nuclear waste because it lasts too long, and the garbage washes up on the beaches. We don't know how to get rid of our garbage. We're drowning in our own excreta. Isn't that fun? If you don't have a sense of humor, it just isn't funny. You and I are in an interesting position because we have started to awaken. That's what you're doing here, I assume. Otherwise, why would you come here, Ramdas? I mean, you're not enlightened, but neither am I. And if you are, blessings. Thank you for coming. All of us are just muddling along here. But once we taste that there is another plane of reality in which it isn't. What happens to us, most of us, when we start this journey is we taste that quality of, wow, it's not like I thought it was, whew, and we call getting high. And then we figure out every technique we know to get high. Cooking a bouillabaisse, making love, surfing, whatever it is, crocheting, meditating, turning on, whatever, running 10 miles, working out in the gym. Boy, speak of endorphin rushes. Pumping, getting high. These guys are stoned in those gyms, you know. I didn't know what they were doing there all that time. But we realized along the way that getting high wasn't the same as getting free. In order to get high, we pushed away the low. A lot of us became renunciates. We said, this earth is a drag. It's full of greed, lust, hatred, sloth, and torpor, ill will, and doubt. That's what the Buddha said. So I will have nothing to do with it. I will go to a cave and I will go into another plane of consciousness. But as you keep playing this game of consciousness and relative realities and see how it all is more and more, you realize that if you push away anything, it's got you. I have a spook friend named Emmanuel. He's not an embodied being. He speaks through a friend of mine. And he's got a great sense of humor. He'll say, like I said, Emmanuel, what do I tell people about death? He says, tell them it's absolutely safe. He said, it's like taking off a tight shoe. So I said, Emmanuel, what am I doing on earth? What am I doing here? He said, Ramdas, you're in school. Why don't you try taking the curriculum? Like, why do you treat your incarnation as if it was an error? Haven't you considered the possibility that you are in exactly the right place at the right moment for what it is you need to learn and get on with it? You considered of taking it on as a curriculum?
And everybody's in exactly the same predicament, because you're living in a different universe than I am, and it's because of your desires that it's affecting what you're perceiving the universe to be. And your desires are what's called your karma. And so you're creating your universe. Some of you are sitting here being hot. Now it's hot, so we can all join and be hot. You hot? Pretty hot in here. Jesus, if it was a little cooler in here. Don't they have any air conditioning? What's going on? I'm really hot. My God, I am so hot. I don't know what to do here. We could spend the next hour being hot. But you know, in India, you talk hot. And when the juice is flowing, you don't care. The sweat's pouring down your body. It's all purification. So we're doing a kind of a spiritual sauna together. So enjoy it. Let your mind get a little mushy from the heat. Then you won't think so hard. Then we can be together more closely. So you realize that high isn't free because you're pushing away something, and so you decide to take the curriculum. And the curriculum is everything that's got you. It's everything to which you're attached or have aversion is your curriculum, because that's all you see in the universe. That's all you ever see. You see what you like and what you don't like. The Tao Te Ching says, truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. As long as you are identified with your desires, all you see is the outward container. As long as you're horny, you just see what's makeable. As long as you want power, all you see is power. As long as you want to be good, all you see is opportunities of how to be good. As long as you're a therapist, all you see is patience. It's the same thing. So you see that the art is to extricate yourself from your somebodyness, which is a whole set of attitudes and opinions and models you have about yourself. So you go into nobody training, which is far out. That's really sounds un-American, you know. I mean, I am in training to be nobody. Hello, Mr. Trump. I'm nobody. Wavy Gravy, Wavy spent in the last 2-3 elections, I guess, he's run nobody for president. He's got a bus that says nobody for president on it. Nobody can solve our economic problems. Nobody cares. You know, all the slogans that would make you want to vote for the... And actually, more people voted for nobody in the last election than voted for somebody. I think you should know that. There's a Chinese curse, may you be born in an interesting time. Question is, why is it a curse? Because it's a great curriculum. The curse is that you're going to get fascinated by it. See, that you're going to start a really, isn't this interesting? Wow. And then you'll milk the drama. Will the earth end or won't it? The art is neither to have hope or to be hopeless. Just be quiet, listen, hear, and respond. And so you start to look at the things that get you. Like I taught a course last year at St. John the Divine in New York. Seva and St. John collaborated in this. And it was 300 of us took this course, and each person had to participate in some service or political issue around homelessness. They either had to work in a soup kitchen or a shelter, or they had to get involved in a political action against the real estate developers or whatever. And then they all kept diaries, and then we had an open mic, so we got a chance to see where we were. And what it did was it opened Pandora's box, and people described how they had gone out of their apartment building to the grocery store every day for the past year, and there was always the same guy at the corner that was begging, and they sometimes gave him a quarter and sometimes didn't, but they never acknowledged that he existed. And you realize that the gift you can give another human being, a child or anybody, is attending to them. Whether you feed them or not, just attending to them, acknowledging there's a being there. And this woman was describing how because of this course, when she went down the street, she turned and she looked at this person and said, "Good morning." And how frightened she was of doing that. And what was her fear? Not that she was going to be violated on the street, although that may have been a fear, but in broad daylight in the morning, in the upper 60s or 70s where she lived. No. It was that if she opened her heart, there wouldn't be a limit. And she'd end up with that person in her house. And she'd lose her IRA, and the whole thing would fall apart. If you open the door with your heart, so you close, you armor your heart against them, because you're not so far from them either. You could be a them, and you don't want to get too close. And you don't want to open too far. And so as a result of our fear of our hearts, we close down, because see, the mind, which is the instrument of our separateness, which is who we think we are, is protecting us from them all the time, because the mind thinks about objects, so everything is them, including you usually. That's the ultimate in alienation. Think of yourself as me instead of I. The heart, on the other hand, you know Mike's expression, "my heart goes out to you"? When the heart is open, you know when you fall in love with somebody, would you care if they used your toothbrush? You'd be honored. You'd be honored. Let me do for you. Here, stay in bed. Let me get breakfast. Oh, here, this flower. I just want to give you this flower. You want to celebrate your beloved. The heart says, "Here, take my house, take my car, take my insurance, take it all." And so you're not going to let the heart have sway, are you? Holy. Holy, that's all. So you say, no. The mind's saying, now, wait a minute. You mean, that lilies in the field stuff's fine, but you've got your health insurance to pay tomorrow. It's interesting whether or not you can, the edge for attachment, the edge for the issue is whether you can be true to what you uniquely are, which may be somebody that isn't ready to give up everything now and that doesn't even know that that's what you should do. And yet your heart is open, and yet your heart is open to your uniqueness too. That's far out. That's an edge to play with. That's an edge. See, we're so afraid if we open our hearts, we won't be able to set limits. If we open our hearts, we're going to end up hurting ourselves. I'll tell you, we're hurting ourselves a hell of a lot more by not opening our hearts. We are starving to death in our protective security. And how secure do you feel? The more you feel your separateness, the more you protect yourself, even from the family. I mean, they're going to want something. Uncle, he's going to want something sooner or later. And they're different. Generations, I mean, my parents are going to want something. I want to take care of them, but after all, I got my life to live. Everybody wants something. They're all them. You're in yourself, and you get more and more isolated, and you're starving. You wonder why you burn out, because you're not getting fed. But you'd rather have your independence than your food, than your sustenance for your spirit. You close your heart down. Interesting whether you can open your heart and still. Kabir, the poet, said, do what you do with another person, but never put them out of your heart. That would mean you could say no to a person, but you don't close down when you do it. That would be called unconditional love. But who's capable of unconditional love? Only people that don't set conditions. And none of us are that person. We all have conditions. I don't want you to murder me. That's a condition. I will love you as long as you don't murder me. That's a condition. You gonna murder me? Oh, I love you. You know, they know not what they do. Do what you do with another person, but never put them out of your heart. Gandhi said, I'm going to do what I need to do to get the British out of India, but they must leave as friends. There's the edge to work with. When I'm working with somebody with cancer, I'm working with a woman that's 58. She is beautiful. She's got cancer in both lungs and her brain, and who knows whether she will be healed or not. I pray for her all the time. I would like her to be healed, however. And what I do with her is, what can I do for her? What I can do for her is be in love with her. And as we come into the space of love together, I know there's a good probability she's going to die, and it's going to hurt my heart, and my heart's going to break again. And the far-out thing is realizing that to be fully alive, your heart breaks again and again and again and again and again. And yet behind it all, here we are. Here we are. Because the quality of love embraces suffering. It doesn't exclude suffering. And as she comes into love, as we come into presence together where there aren't boundaries, we're just sharing the moment together, tension leaves her body. She relaxes. She feels whole, even with her cancer. So all of the tension and the fear dissipate because she's no longer identified with her separateness. And as she's no longer identified with her separateness and the fear goes, that's the optimum condition of what she can do to be available to whatever healing is to take place. Sometime the healing will be in her body and sometime it'll be out of her body. But that's of no concern, finally. That's just more storyline. That's what the Bhagavad Gita said. Do what you do, but be not attached to the fruits of your efforts. Do it as purely as you know how, as fully, with as much open heart, as clear presence. Just do it. Do each act towards another human being as if you're serving the beloved. You want a yoga? There it is. Simple rule. Go ahead, try it. That's what I do. I just keep practicing. And the ones that really turn me off, I work harder with. Like I used to have a difficult time with Caspar Weinberger. And so I took his picture and I put it on my puja table, my little prayer table, between Buddha and Christ and my guru. In the morning I'd say, good morning, Buddha. Good morning, Christ. Good morning, Maharaji. Hello, Caspar. See ya. And then I'd see how much work I still had to do. You want to get free? Free to feel safe in the universe? To feel at home? Don't you like to feel at home here? Why don't you feel at home? I mean, it's just another feeling. Why don't you feel at home instead of not at home? No, I feel not at home. It's because you're so busy being somebody. And so you're pushing away the rest of it. The far out thing is that the survival for the whole game is in recognizing that you're part of family. Not just biological family, but social family, ecological family, the global village, and seeing that we're just parts of the process. We're just rent-a-parts. We're just moving in and out of our parts. No part is any worse or better than any other part. You just do your part. You do whatever your unique part is and do it impeccably. See, but the myths have to change. That isn't the American myth. Who are you? Well, I'm just part of it all. Doesn't sound like Donald Trump, you know. Ted Turner for local color. So you come up for air, you see that you're not separate. And then you come back down into your separateness and you say, we're all one, but it's my television set. Okay. Like the Sufis have an expression, trust in Allah, but tie your camel. Now, it turns out that I translated that wrong, and I've done it for years, and I saw what it showed about me, because the actual statement is, trust in Allah and tie your camel. In other words, trusting doesn't mean you don't tie your camel. You are impeccable on every plane. You don't have to close your heart to tie your camel. See, that's sloppiness. To run a business and let everybody walk all over you because your heart's so open, that isn't impeccable. You learn how to play the game beautifully. It's like playing Monopoly. It's an art form. And when you see a player playing it as an art form, like Joe Montana, it's a football player, you really see the art in it. Jamil, basketball. Once you taste the deeper truth of your being, and your faith in it gets strong, see what happens the first time you get out there, which you're all the time, but the first time you acknowledge you got out there, then you come back and you feel you lost it and you're damned. And then you can't wait to get out there again. And then you begin to see that every time you get high, you come down, and every time you come down, you go up. It takes a while to figure that out. It's the statement, and this too will change. The change is inherent in form. It's always changing all the time. Just watch your mind for a minute if you don't believe me. I mean, I sit and watch my mind. I've been doing it since 1970. Like I was in Burma a few years back, sitting in a cell voluntarily from 3 in the morning till 11 at night, following the muscle going up and down in my abdomen with each in-breath and out-breath. Rising, falling. Rising, falling. 3 in the morning till 11 at night. 7 days a week, week after week. No writing, no reading, no talking, no looking at pictures. 2 meals a day, 1 shower for an hour. And then you go in and you report to your teacher once a day for 5 minutes. And he says, tell me. And you say, I'm following my breath, rising and falling, which he obviously knows because he told you to do it. You say, I'm noticing the in-breath has a quality of softness and the out-breath has a quality of heaviness, whatever it is you're noticing. Last evening in one of my sittings, after 5 seconds, I became aware of a bird. I noted listening. In other words, my awareness went off to my ears. As soon as I became aware of that, I went back to my breath. Tell me, did you notice the bird on an in-breath or an out-breath? I didn't notice. Please be attentive. And then as you're leaving, he says, by the way, did you awaken this morning on an in-breath or an out-breath? Saying, oh my God, won't he ever stop? But as your concentration gets keener and keener and keener, the rest of the universe dissolves, and you see the way your mind is creating your history, the future, the reality, and you keep coming back to the breath and coming back to the breath until your mind stays on one point, and then you are at the entry gates into the inner process. That's when you start to penetrate into the universe and begin to appreciate the universe subjectively rather than objectively. You're no longer one thought away from where the action is. You are the breath. You're not somebody breathing. And wherever you turn, wherever the awareness turns, you are that. So you know the universe from inside. That's called wisdom as opposed to knowledge. And then you become wise because you are the earth and you are the opposite sex and you are all of the people that are suffering and ever did and all the joy and ever was. And once you have tasted of that, everything else is different. Even though you come back into getting caught in your separateness, you see now there is nothing to do but get liberated. And that gives you a meaning to your incarnation. It's like two people, one of them, they're both chipping blocks of stone. What are you doing, sir? I'm chipping a block of stone. And what are you doing, sir? I'm building a cathedral. It has to do with which astral storyline you buy into. And the best one around is awakening that I can see. Because that's the way in which you become an instrument that doesn't create more suffering. That's what seva is about, from my point of view. It's a yoga, it's a form, it's a vehicle. And the question is, can you look at the things you're afraid of? Sexual, aggression, all that stuff, without making a case out of it. Just notice it, bring full awareness to it, and bring appreciation, not judgment. Every time I go to judging, the minute I feel myself in that judging mode, I flip it and I turn into an appreciator. When I go out in the woods, I look at trees and I have no problem at all appreciating individual differences in trees. Elms and oaks and sumacs, each has its own beauty and uniqueness, and gnarled ones and straight ones. But you get around humans. You're saying you'd be better if you were, It's interesting because when you're working with dying people, you realize you can't die another person's death. You can only create an environment where they can do what they need to do. Because how do you know what they need to do until you are them, which means till you've merged with them? Then you will understand why they are what they are. So all you can do is keep listening into another human being. And when they feel listened to, their paranoia dissolves, if they can, and then they're free to come up for air. That's why you offer people your own quietness of mind and your own openness of heart is a gift. That's your gift. And you and I, at this point in history, are faced with a most interesting situation. Because change is accelerating all around us, politically, economically, ecologically, socially, morally, every way. And many people who have a very heavy vested interest in who they think they are, in their bodies, in their acquisitions, in their personality, in their possessions, are going to get very frightened. Because when you have to change your lifestyle, you get frightened. And when people get frightened, they get very repressive to try to keep the line. They get too frightened, they get very violent. And under those conditions, what the society requires at this point are human beings whose consciousness is such that they can respond to change without fear. That's what we've been working on ourselves for. And when you have connected to that in you which has nothing to do with change, then you can allow the changes to happen, even with creativity, with enthusiasm, with fascination, with delight, or with just allowing them to change. Not far out. And whether or not these next 10 years are going to be ugly or not has a lot to do with how we use our collective consciousness. As Gandhi said, what you do may seem insignificant, but it's very important that you do it. And there are ways to be at this moment in the presence of social conditions as they are in such a way that you soften and quiet and deepen and bring the inner to the outer much more closely and the upper to the lower. And that's why you work on yourself. And then you become part of the system of compassion, part of the system of Dharma. You become part of the system of the healing. You've just turned yourself into that. And you've acknowledged that's what you're doing. Gandhi said, when you have surrendered completely to God, you find yourself in the service of all that exists. It becomes your joy and recreation. And you never tire of it. Like, do you think Mother Teresa, I mean, she's far out. You know, you see her, this little woman, she goes in the street and there's a leper and lying in his own excreta. And she picks him up and starts to wash him and bathe him and all. And you say, isn't she wonderful? Isn't she courageous? In her head, she said it. She said, I am working with Christ in all his distressing disguises. If you have a baby and the baby vomits, such a big deal to clean it up. If you love somebody, wouldn't you like to just be with them no matter what the conditions? I love you, but I don't want to be with you because you're sick. If you really loved somebody, that's just when you'd want to be with them. She's just having a wild, mad love affair. I mean, what I see her doing with a leper, if you walked into a bedroom and found two people in bed together, and you'd say, how courageous. I mean, it's the same thing from where I'm looking at it. It's just a mad love affair. So if you're going to stay in dualism, that's the way to do it. Hang out with the beloved. But then you realize you're still trapped in separateness. There's still somebody and me, and usually it's I'm a schlump and it's perfect. To go the last end of it, you've got to say, I'm perfect too. Who, me? That isn't what I learned. That's chutzpah. Say, I'm God. You're God? Yeah, you're God too. Well, that's not so bad, but I don't think either of us are God. There's the problem. We're busy putting ourselves down again. Mea culpa-ing to death. Instead of merging to life, I merge to life. See, trauma will make us change. I mean, if things get bad enough, it'll force change. Like if there's no gas at the gas pumps, then you figure out how to go a different way. If you run out of water, then everybody gets together and passes buckets. You can do it with trauma, but it's a drag to wait for trauma to bring people together. Information doesn't quite do it, you see. Information will get you to do things that are really like, okay, they're on the way, like recycling. That's good. That's really neat. And people weren't doing that 5 years ago. You can teach old dogs new tricks without total trauma. The other thing that changes you is the inconsistency between what you know inside to be true and what you're living outside. And that lack of integrity keeps forcing it and forcing it and forcing it, until finally you start to create external institutions that reflect the inner truth of your being. Are we animals struggling to survive, or are we choosing to evolve? The conditions are optimum for evolution at this moment. But if you get too frightened about survival, forget it. And to realize that most social institutions are built upon fear, that's far out. It's interesting how quickly you can change. I was playing with 3 states of mind. Listen to this. This year I broke my Achilles tendon. I mean, I ripped it to shreds. See, now all of you probably are feeling, oh. But then I'll say to you, I did it playing tennis. Then you go, oh. Then I say to you, in France. And you go, oh. It's far out. So I ripped my Achilles tendon playing tennis in France. It's hard to pick up a lot of sympathy for that. So there I was with my leg in a cast and with my crutches. Everybody said, oh, isn't that too bad? You know what, I was remembering that story, I think it's a Sufi story, of the guy who's got a horse, and the horse runs away, and the neighbor says, it's too bad. And the guy says, you never know. And the next day, the horse comes back leading a wild horse behind it. So now he's got 2 horses. Neighbor says, isn't that wonderful? Guy says, you never know. Shortly thereafter, his son is riding the wild horse and falls and breaks his leg. And the neighbor said, isn't that terrible? You never know. The army comes through conscripting all the young people. The son's got a broken leg, they don't take him. Isn't that lucky? You never know. And on it goes. You never know. So I broke my leg. So that was a new moment. Now I could sit quietly. A lot of things I could have done, I wouldn't do anymore now. So it was either, oh my God, I've broken my... See, how quickly do you let go? Now I'm somebody with a broken leg and crutches. So I get a wonderful sign that allows me to park in forbidden zones. And it's funny because I had an MG convertible. And so I'd pull up to a supermarket and park in the, for the disabled. And then I'd get out, and people would look at me like, how disgraceful. And I'd take my sign and stick it on the windshield, and they'd look, and then I'd take out my crutches, and you could see their face just changing into, oh, the poor thing. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, after the initial, then, wow, look at this. Isn't this fun? And my upper body got really strong. And so then I got out of the cast, and I started to be rehabilitated. And I was taking a walk, and I saw across the street an old yellow Studebaker. Some of you may remember Studebakers. And the model of it was one I wasn't familiar with. I'm an old car buff from in the old days. So I decided to go across and see it. And I was halfway across the street when the light changed. So I went to hurry up, and it snapped again. That's what I said. I mean, it was 3 months, you realize that. So this was another 3 months just then. So I went, ooh. Well now, isn't this interesting? All in search of the hit of a yellow Studebaker that I didn't even like. Isn't that life? Isn't that the way of it for all of us? Don't we do it all the time to ourselves? We're always after the yellow Studebaker, and we're always ripping our Achilles tendon and complaining. So then I decided, well, I guess it's not going to heal by itself, so I'll go have surgery. So I got in the car and I went to the hospital for surgery. So they give you an examination so the hospital can protect itself from you. So that's because we've got such a good health situation here, health insurance situation. It'll change though, believe me, it's getting a little top heavy. So the doctor walked in to give me the physical exam, and he said, hello, I'm Dr. So-and-so. And I said, how do you do? I'm a 58-year-old Caucasian male. He said, what do you mean by that? I said, well, I could say I'm a broken Achilles tendon. Would that be more relevant? You want to know about my childhood? What do you want? How I am relevant to you are the first 3 categories on the checklist you have, and that's 58-year-old Caucasian male with a ripped Achilles tendon. So I got to the anesthesiologist, and I said to him, I'd really like ketamine. And he said, well, we don't use it because people complain it gives them hallucinations. But we became good friends. Because he wanted to secretly tell me about all of his inner work. He will never be appointed Supreme Court Justice. At least for a few more years, till that's all that's left. It's interesting, as things change, how you lose it because you have a model of how it was And you can feel the inertia in the model. Like you take aging, that's a really good one. I mean, everybody's doing it. You are decaying slowly, even now. Right at the second you're decaying. We could have a Decayers Anonymous. How is it feeling decaying? Would you care to give a testimonial? Okay. And then you say, I'm not going to stand for this. So you have your face changed, lifted. Okay? Because you're going to defy time. Because you're so identified with your body. I mean, to me, change is change. It's neither good nor bad. It's what it is. I mean, look at this. This is now a 59-year-old decaying hand. It's beautiful. The veins all stick out, and they didn't used to do that. They're really beautiful, too. You know? It's really smashing. But see, if I thought I'm supposed to be young and virile, you know, yick. Okay? But that was just a model in my head. Like when people lose their hearing, their sight, and have arthritis, then they can meditate more. And they're not as disturbed by everything going on around them. How wonderful, you know? I mean, what more blessing could you ask for after you've been rushing around and finally you can sit still for a while? Everybody's bitching. This is what you and I are figuring out is the relation between the inside and the outside. And our work is both on the inside, that is to quiet our minds so they're not trapped by our thoughts all the time, and to open our hearts. And then on the outside, to do what you do as a result of that. And that ends up being compassion. Because the quieter you are, the more you see you're part of everything. The more you see you're part of everything without fear, the more if you're suffering, here, let me help. It's me, it's us. It's us. For us in Seva, those Guatemalans are us. Those Nepalis are us. The American Indians are us, on whom we have practically committed genocide. Speak of bad karma. Whew. Wow. No wonder we're suffering. We got a lot of cleaning up of our act to do. See, we just walked onto this land and looked at these people and said, they're primitive, what do they know? It turned out, funny, isn't it, that right at this point, when we're falling apart, what do we need but their wisdom? Because they knew how to be in relation to the earth. Those primitive savages. So we're in for some changes. William James said, when a new idea comes along, there are 3 stages. The first stage you say is, that's the silliest thing I've ever heard of. The second thing you say is, that has to be stopped before it does harm. And the third thing you say is, you know, I thought of that myself 10 years ago. You wait 3 to 5 years from now, you'll be living life in a way you didn't even expect. My life now is so weird that who I was when I was at college busy planning my future, of all the lists I had, none of them included this. I mean, this is so weird, it wasn't even on the list. And it's so much more interesting than everything that was on the list. That's what's so far out. And yet I could have been very rigid and held on to the list. And then I'm living in the dead old ideas. That's what most social institutions are. They're old ideas. You've got to keep rejuvenating them, reinvesting them like a marriage. You've got to keep reinvesting it, sitting down and cutting through all the roles everybody gets entrapped in to find the living truth. Otherwise, you're just living in an old dead idea. We're going to stay married till death do us part. And that's that. Because we said it once. Okay. It's got to be this moment and this moment and this moment and this moment. And the contract is, the only marriage contract is love. It's being together in truth and love. And all the rest of it is just creating suffering. So you get on with it. It's not an easy yoga. Those of you that are playing with relationship and wish you had one or wish you didn't, or want more of them, it's interesting work because you've got to deal with all of your third chakra power stuff, in which you get into power struggles, opposite sex or same sex or older or younger or something. And you got to cut through all that and find, it's like every relationship's like a triangle, which there's this person or this nation and that nation, and then there's the awareness that's shared by both of them. And until both of them acknowledge that one that lies behind the two, they just keep getting into their own separateness, and it's paranoia. And a marriage is two using the relationship to become one so that the one can dance as two. And that's that living thing, flicker between one and two, one and two, one and two, one and two. What a challenge. Just right in here, in this silence. Watch your mind. Watch the thoughts. It's hot. When is intermission? My behind hurts. Why is he silent? Why don't I understand everything he said? Is he for real? Just watch it all. Keep letting go of it. Keep letting go of each thought as it comes up. Don't stop it. Just let it float by like you're sitting watching a river. And come back to your breath. Just breathing in and breathing out. Behind all the thoughts, here. Being defined is a being confined. Let go of the labels. It's a nice Hindu chant. in which you're just letting your heart open to the formless, to the one that is formless. It's just got 3 words in it: Om, Shri, and Ram. Om is the sound of all sounds. Shri is like honoring, and Ram is the name of that which is behind. It's just another name of the nameless. Don't get upset if it isn't your favorite name. They're all just names. Different strokes for different folks. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. 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 Om. Some of you have heard it before sung in the minor key, but we're doing it tonight in the major key, so keep listening. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. 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 Om. You can sing harmony with it too if you want. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om 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 Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om. 3 more times. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om. Breathing with your heart now, the next one. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. The love between the form and the formless, the last time. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Yeah. In about 2 minutes, we're going to take an intermission. But before we do, let me say the following. This evening is sponsored, it's a benefit for the Seva Foundation, in part, and in part it's for the Hanuman Foundation, which is what supports me and Jai, who's my colleague. Seva Foundation, as far as I'm concerned, is an experiment on the leading edge of our attempting to bring the inner to the outer. You have donated generously in coming here tonight. If, however, you happen to have an extra quarter, or 50 cents, or $1, or $100, or $1,000, or $1 million, that you would like to be shepherded responsibly to the best of our ability to relieve suffering, there are boxes out in the lobby that would welcome your check or your coin. There are also books and t-shirts and all of those nice things, the proceeds of which go to the Seva Foundation completely. I want to thank Natalie Provo-Thompson. Is she in the room? Natalie? There she is. I want us to thank Natalie because there you are. Stand up, Natalie. Come on, stand up. Great, good. Because she and all the Atlanta Friends of Seva got together to do this as a volunteer act to bring us together. I also want to thank the Central Presbyterian Church because though this is warm, it is very beautiful. And I would like to thank Al Wynn, who is the acting minister, Agnes Norfleet, the assistant minister, Queen Cato, and Clarence Potter. Would you thank them for me too, for this beautiful house of worship. 2 more announcements. Coming Friday, April 20th, Thursday the 19th, and Saturday and Sunday is a friend of mine who'll be teaching in this area, Robert Gass. And the Thursday evening is a concert type stuff, and Friday is Healing the Healers, a workshop for AIDS caregivers. And there's information out on the tables about it. Last announcement is, one more announcement. This is a new book, just came out last week, called By His Grace. Those of you that are aficionados of my buddy down here, Neem Karoli Baba. If you've seen Miracle of Love, this is the next volume, so enjoy. And the How Can I Help book, which is concerned with how to not burn out in doing service, is out there. Last announcement, anyone parking in the Georgia Plaza lot needs to move the car at intermission because the lot closes at 10:30. So either get in it and drive away or move in it and come back. After the intermission, which will go on for half an hour, in which I'd like you to look at one another and recognize that it's only us. You know, really. After the intermission, those of you that would like, come on back and we'll reflect together, questions and answers, and who knows what we'll do next. So take a break and then come on back. Thank you. An aisle sort of for, you're going to move over to the side a little bit. That's great. Good. Things you'd like to ask or reflect about. I'll repeat the questions. The woman he works for, most people think is a bitch. But today, he said to her, is that what you said? Yeah. I'm just a reporter. I'm not a... But today he told her she was a nice person. And she cried, almost cried. And is that being on the edge? It's interesting because what you're working with there is the edge about the issue of truth and how you're straight with people. And it depends on what you're seeing in her. If you're really seeing that she's a nice person, then you're saying your truth. If you're doing it, even though you think she's a bitch, to change her, then it's manipulative. Can you hear? And only you know which it is. Okay? Yes? Wait a minute, you got to speak slow and loud and maybe stand up. You can. Go ahead. Yeah. You said about going bad. What did you say? What was the example? A marriage? Yeah. A what? Typhoid Mary. I see. Yeah. There is the Typhoid Mary example. Could you have foreseen that? Could you foresee that? There is a place of consciousness where everything is known, past, present, and future. In order to be part of that, you have to cease being who you are. So who you are will never know everything, but everything is known. So it is conceivable that you could be, by dying into it, that ultimate wisdom that knows why everything is the way it is and what would happen. Those beings that are that way, the interesting question is, why don't they change everything, since they could? Since they understand the way in which thought creates form, and they would be free, as Christ's statement, had ye but faith, you could move mountains. But once you are connected enough to the universe to have that level of faith, you are the mountain and you know why you're there in the first place. So the interesting thing is that the more conscious people get, the less they try to screw around with the game. Because the more they understand why it is the way it is, including their protests and all that, but they don't do it from getting identified with thinking they're changing things. They're just doing what they do, whether it's lie down on the railroad track or do whatever they do. Is that dealing with your question? Yeah. Talking about suicide, perhaps around the imminent death from suffering with AIDS. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Johnny. That's the guy, by the way, that puts these lectures together. 36 cities. I'm just a pawn in his game. My guru used to say to me, when I'd be upset about things in the world, he'd say, Ramdas, don't you see it's all perfect? And I'd say, perfect, Maharaji? Starvation, hunger, all that. And he would cry about those things and say to me, yes, but don't you see it's perfect? And don't you see it's perfect? Don't you see the plane at which everything is unfolding lawfully, and there are no errors in the game, and nobody leaves one incarnation a minute before the appropriate moment, nor a minute too late. We are obsessed with how people leave the stage. When it's time to leave the stage, you leave the stage. No matter what you think in your mind is the reason behind the leaving of the stage. The act of suicide is an attachment. It's usually, in most cases, it is either an act of pushing away life or grabbing at death. The art is to die with your consciousness absolutely clear, neither pushing nor pulling. Most of us in this room will not die that way. That's why we will continue on the wheel of birth and death. People that commit suicide a moment after they have done that are aware of their predicament. And they are aware that that attachment projected them into the next moment, which determines what happens next. It's not punishment. It is just the unfolding of cause and effect, of creation, of the code-dependent arising. Everything's related to everything else. Now, what I say to somebody when they talk to me about suicide is, you have to decide how much suffering you can convert. If you can take your suffering and grow through it, fine. To just suffer isn't necessary. You're not going to be better for it. So you make the decision when you die. It's perfectly fine for you to make your decision. But I also say to the person, if you're asking me, I would say, use as much of your life experience as you can, because it's a precious birth and very useful. So use your suffering, use all of the losses, all of it. It's all vehicles for awakening. Okay? Is that dealing with it? Yes. About immortality. What do you mean by immortality? Yeah, you can arrive at the level of consciousness where you are identified. You're so far back that you are aware of the law that brings about the end of that karmic form, and you are part of that which is, you could say, choosing it or allowing it or whatever. Okay. And there are beings that take incarnation that way, there are beings that take intentional incarnation that are never, like a Krishna or a Christ. They don't go to sleep and then wake up like we do. They just drop down to help us along or bless us or whatever. There's what? Oh, you're talking about people keeping their body or growing, yeah. All those powers, those are called siddhis or powers, and they're possible. The clearer you are, the more these siddhis come along the way, and you can rejuvenate yourself and stay alive. The question is, why would you do it? I mean, it's like staying back in the 4th grade. Why would you do it? I mean, you might as well go on to the 5th grade. You might do it out of compassion for someone else. That would be a nice thing. But you'd only do it out of the bodhisattva vow. The whole thing about powers is you don't use them. The art is not using them. And as they said about my guru, they said he moved around when he was young. When he was old, he slowed down. And then when it was time, he died. And it's nothing special. And yet he had all those powers. So, my friend Tim has already made a deal to have his brain frozen. So later I said, what body are you going to come back in, Tim? Imagine this 19-year-old girl with your brain. My God. Thought is appalling. Yes, sir. The relationship to a personal God is a way that is easy for a human incarnate to start from, because you know relationship and you know that kind of emotional heart quality of relationship. So to anthropomorphize the thing, to project a being and then relate to it, it's like having an imaginary playmate. And you make the imaginary playmate, you really invest the imaginary playmate. The bizarre thing that happens at the end is, as I've said before, you find out that the imaginary playmate was real and you were imaginary. But that's because you finally merge into God, and then you as a separate entity are kind of irrelevant. So, but at first it's your projection outward from your human thing. Now, ultimately, the merging into the one, once you're in the one, there's no two, so 1 is equal to 0 at that point. Then you could say God is nirvana. God is formless. And all the names of the formless are merely names that we use in order to have a doorway through. Because you love the separate entity until you merge into it, and then the dualism disappears. So it's a technique, it's a form, it's a vehicle. Right? But to think about somebody there that's doing it to you is paranoia. See? Because you can say somebody is there and you can relate to, and somebody is there who understands the unfolding of your karma, and ultimately you understand that who is there is you, and that you are your own guru, or you are your own God, or whatever. That's the ultimate merging. That's when. But see, in bhakti or dualism, like when you love Christ or you love Krishna, a real devotee, or love Rama or Hanuman, the real devotee doesn't want to merge. It's like foreplay. They don't want to have orgasm, because in the orgasm, that's the end of your separateness. And they want to hang back in order to enjoy the beloved. So they push against the merging in order to stay separate, in order to stay just a whisper away from God. And those real bhakti devotional yogis like Rumi and Kabir and Hafiz and all those people, they're always just one breath away from merging. Okay? Sir. Question is, do we pick our life script and our parents and all that? The question is, which we are you talking about? Who you think you are didn't. Who you are did. Who you are picked who you think you are. When you awaken from who you think you are, then you will know who chose. The only person, you who you think you are has no free will. You're being had. You are just lawful stuff unfolding. Who you are is free. Okay? So you're dealing with that paradox. So die. Out, out, brief candle. Questions? Yes. Would you? The issue of abortion from a spiritual perspective. As I said in answer to the suicide question, there are no errors in the game. I was with that Trungpa Rinpoche again once, and he was talking about abortion, and he said, don't you understand that it's the conspiracy of three souls that happens? That it's not like one person decides to do it to another person. All those decisions are coming out of much deeper stuff in all the beings involved, including the fetus. And in some cases, it is a violent act that creates suffering. In others, it is a compassionate act. And there are no rules other than the trust to your intuitive heart as to what you do. You listen very carefully. It's everybody involved. Maybe that being needed only whatever they needed out of fetal period. That's all they needed from that incarnation. You have had so many incarnations. Remember the image. Buddha says, imagine a mountain 6 miles long, 6 miles wide, 6 miles high, and every 100 years a bird flies over the mountain with a silk scarf in its beak and runs the scarf over the mountain once, every 100 years. In the length of time it would take the scarf to wear away the mountain. That's how long you've been doing this. You see? So, give or take, we're like those bugs that are born in the morning and die in the evening. And around noon we say, that's life. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre. It's just flicks of consciousness. We've died every single way. You and I have been aborted thousands of times, probably. When we've been our own mothers, everybody's related. It's just so absurd. Sir. To playing the game impeccably without contradiction? What do you mean by that? Yeah. In the Bhagavad Gita, which is the book of instructions about this particular form, it says two things. Do what you do, because it's what you do, but do it without identification with being the actor, and do it without attachment to the fruits of the action. But you do it because it's your part to play. I am here doing this because this is what I do. I'm not doing it. If you were to see me it depends on which eyes you're looking at. If you look at one level, you are seeing somebody up here talking. If you are looking at me at another level, we're just sitting here together in silence in which there is talking and there is listening. Right? So to the extent that I am just sitting here, it says, he does nothing and nothing is left undone. Therefore, there's no identification with the actor. They say, Hakuin says, your coming and going is nowhere but where you are. You're always right here. And the other one is, be not attached to the fruits of the action. What happens to your consciousness as a result of my doing this is your karmic predicament. If I'm attached to how you come out, then I'm going to suffer. And I'm going to manipulate, I'm going to do all kinds of things. I do this because I do this. You're here because you're here. What happens is what happens. There's where impeccability lies. As Don Juan says, you huff and you puff and you make believe it makes a difference. And that's known as controlled folly. And that's why life gets so light, even the heavy parts. Because you're just dancing your part. And so you're an impeccable father, an impeccable mother, and you're an impeccable protester or an impeccable judge. Whatever you do it cleanly and impeccably. You may be, each thing, as you hear more and more, as your wisdom gets deeper, your actions get more harmonious with more and more of the forces, because the quiet mind hears more and more of all the forces at play. The more agitated the mind, the more you only hear the thing right there. And to be here now means to be here now in the fullness of here. Okay? Sir? As you go on the journey, you realize, as I said, that you want to be free, and then you go to the places that you can work with that are the hottest fire for you, but that you can transmute. Relationship is one of those. I mean, you can stay high alone. It's much harder to stay high in an intimate relationship with another human being, because everybody gets frightened and they all put up, they start to protect themselves. And then the minute they do that, it's just roles interacting, and the spirit is gone way down in and it gets lost. So it's a beautiful yoga. It is a hard yoga. But the predicament is, if you push anything away, it's got you. I mean, like, renunciate path is interesting, but what you end up with usually are horny celibates. And that's not interesting enough. I mean, I tried it. It's just not interesting enough. See? I'd rather eat it all alive. I'd rather eat suffering and pleasure and sex and everything, and just keep consuming it into myself, because my faith is so strong that I want truth and I want living spirit. And anything else is just so yick. Why bother? I mean, lust is just not interesting enough, and it used to be for years. Come up and see my holy pictures. The one behind you, and I'll come to you. Yeah, you. Yeah, go ahead. Do I desire to do what I'm doing? I would say I neither desire to do it nor desire not to do it. I would say it's in the way of things. This is the thing I do. If I'm quiet enough, this is the thing I'm doing. I'm here partly because of you. I'm playing my part. It's just like your part. We're just playing our parts. I don't have to milk it, Look at me doing this, They're all watching me. That is so empty, it isn't worth it, I'll tell you. That and 50 cents gets you, a Coke. Huh? Do I enjoy it? Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy it. I feel it's very graceful. And I'm quite happy and I'm quite content, so I guess I enjoy it. You know? That's fair enough, yeah. Oh, now, yes. If everything is perfect, how do we deal with the Holocaust? How do we deal with evil? When you go back in consciousness, you go back from the many, and then you get into the 9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. You get back into 2, the realm of 2, which is dark and light, positive, negative, love and hate, good and evil, all of these things. And then you see that right behind that is the 1. And the 1 includes the 2. Like G. Manly Hall said, one who knows not that the Prince of Darkness is but the other face of the King of Light knows not me. Okay, so as your consciousness starts to rest in the 1, if you push away the 2, you're still off balance, because for an enlightened being, there's nowhere to stand. To stand in the 2 with the awareness of the 1 means that you become an instrument of good against evil. But you don't do it as an entrapment in the polarity. So you don't hate evil. You understand that your job is to act against evil. And you identify evil as a set of actions that are the result of karma of individuals. So you don't blame people, you blame acts. You stop acts and you punish acts, but you don't punish people. And that's a very interesting one. That's the art form of being able to resist evil and do it from a place of dispassion. But that's your function. That's what you do. And as you understand more and more what part it is, see, it's very interesting. I was with a Benedictine abbot once, and he said to me, he took me into his study, he closed the door. He said, I have only one question to you. What was the meaning of the kiss between Jesus and Judas? I said, it's possible that they both understood the game. And that was an act of compassion on both of their parts to play it out, right? And yet it was the act of one to do the other, etc., etc. Can you hear that one? And that is hard. It pushes us right to the limit because we can't get off on the bad guys and we're the good guys. You've got to realize that in each of us is all of it. You know, in each of us is all of it. Does prayer work, and if so, how does it work? Prayer, to pray to somebody, has you thinking about somebody, and it opens you to that dimension of reality. As you understand more and more, it's interesting what you'd actually pray for. You wouldn't actually pray for things to change. The only thing I can think to pray for is understanding, is having the wisdom to understand the way it is so that my actions will come out of that harmony, that deepest understanding. The question is, can your mind change things in the universe? And the answer is yes, certainly it can. But be careful what you do with it, because you don't even know why it's the way it is before you... Like people would say to Ramana Maharshi, you know, what's going to happen in the world politically, and can't you change it? And he says, wait until you understand why it is the way it is. You know, you don't even know who you are. What are you so busy changing everything for? Yeah. Sir. Does this thing ever end? It never began. I'll tell you, if you think it never ends, it never ends. If you think it never began, it never began. If you think it, it's where you are in relation to time. Like eternal damnation as long as you think you're damned. Oh my God, I'm eternally damned. Well, that was an interesting trip. Now what'll I do till dinner? Sir. How would society deal with people who murder, rape, and steal? Well, I think that we would do our best to prevent those actions. And I think we would do our best to create those actions in a way that doesn't create more suffering in the doing of it. I think that there are people that cannot, because of the nature of their karma, that are not able to be free in a social system because they take away other people's freedom and they create suffering. But I think you contain them not with anger in your heart and not with retribution, but just because that's what has to be done. Because a society is a collaboration for the common good. And if a person can't live in a society and yet is part of it, then they have to be segregated. To segregate somebody and re-educate them and open them as far as you can is the optimum thing to do, I would think. I don't see that retribution is what the issue is. I don't blame somebody. Like there's a fellow that I write to in prison that's a pederast, and he picks up young boys, and he gets out of prison and he's doing fine, and he gets rehabilitated, and his wife takes him back and he's doing fine, and then he just gets this incredible compulsion to find a boy, and he never does violence to him, but he finds a young boy and he plays with his genitalia, and then he gets caught, and then and the judge, like, now we're going to get you, this is the third time this has happened, we're going to put you away for life. And he's in a system in which he is treated as if he is an evil human being. And really what he is a sick human being. He's a person whose desire systems, whose addictions are different than the cultural norm, let's put it that way. Because everybody else is addicted in ways that everybody agrees that's okay to be addicted that way. See? And that's what your situation is, you know? And he's got to understand that that's what he's caught in and use it for his own growth since he's in it. It's a heavy curriculum. It's like, you know, Suffering 201. How do you relate population growth with incarnation? There are so many more beings than are incarnated on this rather trivial plane that there are plenty around all the time. The ones that take birth on this plane are the ones who have the predispositions that make the kind of sandpaper this plane offers optimum. So if there are more of them at any time, it is just in the way of things because there are so many more than ever take birth. It's not like you just keep taking birth on one plane. There are many places, there are an infinite number of varieties to take birth on. The funny thing is, where you think you're going is where you'll go. There was a guy named Arthur Ford who was a psychic, and he described what the other side was like, and then he died, and then he sent a book, he channeled a book through Ruth Montgomery, and it described just what he thought was going to happen, which was he's at school and they're working hard, and I thought, oh, Jesus, I don't want to go there, you know. Sir?
I have a question about diet and eating animals. I wonder if it's possible to be peaceful inside while eating animals.
The question of eating animals and peace and inner work. I would find it hard to make a rule about anything in life. I feel that each human being has to listen intuitively with their heart and do what they do. And for some people, one act is a corruption, and for another, it's a celebration and an act of joy. And when I'm with Tibetans and American Indians who honor their food and eat of the animals, there's something about it that does not feel violent and horrible to me. I don't know, and I find peace in those beings. But I was with the Dalai Lama, and he was saying, he's a vegetarian, and he was saying, although most Tibetans aren't, but they lived where it was cold, and that was all they could eat. And he said to me, well, or he didn't say to me, but he said to us, he said, the problem, you people eat all these little shrimp. He said, if you're going to eat things, eat a big one, because then it's just one, instead of creating. So I may turn to elephants anytime. Nothing is too personal about my life, and that's the fun of it. I can be truthful. I share life with fish. I eat fish, and I don't eat red meat. Now and then I do, but it doesn't do well with me. I just find that I'm attracted to different diets. I would be very happy with rice and vegetables. I mean, I keep being pulled that way, but when you're at Ramada Inns and, all those places, rice and vegetables just not yet. That's what I mean. The external institutions don't really reflect our inner being yet, but they're going to be. You watch. John Robbins wrote an interesting book, very interesting book. Certainly made me look at chicken differently, I must say. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you have fear of death, it's hard to have humor about the ecological situation. So you have work to do on yourself. And when you feel yourself getting too trapped, like I watch my own mind, and when I start to get trapped in stuff, because it's so heavy, I can feel it's like diving from air into water. It's like going into a thicker medium. And then I immediately go into my practices, my Ram, Rama, my Guru, or my whatever my practices are, to bring my consciousness back up. Because as long as I stay mired in the drama of it, all I'm doing is digging everybody's hole deeper along with me. And so I just see it as a place to work on myself. It's not bad, it's not good. Of course we're going to get stuck. That's why we took human incarnation. If you weren't ever going to get stuck, you wouldn't have taken birth here. That's your work. It's not better or worse. And it's not something to wear as a badge that you get lost, and it's not something to wear as a badge that you don't get lost. You just see the way it is. You see the way you get stuck and the way you work on yourself. Okay? It's hard. I mean, in preparing for this tour, I got very deep into my understanding of ecology, of politics, of economics, of a lot of the pain and suffering of issues of consumerism and unemployment and all that. Got heavier because all those books are written by people for whom it's really heavy stuff. It got heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier until I was clawing to come back up for air. And it was interesting because the first lecture of this tour I gave in Miami was pretty heavy. And then each lecture I've been climbing up a little more because I stopped reading for a while and I've just been centering and coming back. That's the work. Okay? Yes? Could I tell you about my experience with LSD in India, did you say? You must know that I've had an experience to ask. You just want it told again. Huh? You mean about my guru? I don't remember. No, I went to India and I had been studying and working with psychedelic chemicals for many years. And at one point, when I met my guru, he said, "You use that yogi medicine?" And I didn't know what he meant. And somebody said LSD, and LSD says yes. "You got any?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Bring it." So I brought it, and I put one pill in his hand, and he held out his hand for another, and then another, and that was 900 micrograms, which was a lot. And he went like that, and I thought, boy, this is going to be interesting. And then nothing happened, and I thought, that's far out. Then I thought, well, that makes perfect sense. If I'm stuck at A, I take that in order to unstick me so I will be able to get to B. But if you're already at B, it must be like drinking water. What difference does it make? I mean, well, there's nowhere to go. So, if you're at A and B, it doesn't matter. So I went home and told everybody that I met this guy that took 900 micrograms and nothing happened. Because that's our medicine, And, but in my back of my mind, I thought, maybe he's conning me. Maybe he clouded my mind and threw it over his shoulder, So I went back to India 2 years later. And one day he called me up and he said, "Did you give me some medicine last time you were here?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Did I take it?" I said, "I think you did." "Oh, you got any more?" He said, "Yeah, bring it." So I brought it out. So there were 5 pills, and he took 4 of them. One was broken. He wouldn't touch that. He took the 4. It was 1,200. And he stuck each one on a tongue. And then he said to me, "Will it make me mad?" I said, "Probably." And he said, "How long will it take?" And I said, "Maybe an hour." So he got a big watch, and he was looking at it. And after a little while, he pulled his blanket up over his head, and he came out looking mad, like this. And then he just laughed at me. And then he says, these medicines were known about for thousands of years. In fact, almost every culture has had medicines for altering consciousness. I mean, that's the truth, the aside from what he said. And he said, but people have lost the knowledge of how to use these really effectively and how to prepare themselves for it. He said, it's useful, but it's not the full samadhi. It's not the complete thing. But it can be useful under certain conditions. I said, what are those conditions? He said, when you're feeling much peace and your mind is turned towards God and you're in a cool place, it could be useful. He said it would allow you to come in and be in the presence of the Spirit, but you can only stay for a few hours and then you'd have to leave. He said it's better to become the Spirit than to visit it, but your medicine won't do that for you. I thought that was pretty profound. Now, I realize that we are in a very delicate situation in our culture about drugs. And what has happened is because of our fear, and as I said earlier, drug usage in our culture is a symptom. It's not the thing itself, it's a symptom. And a symptom primarily of our myths and our economy. And what we have done is we have massed together chemicals that are primarily used as escape vehicles or to give one a sense of power, of personal ego power, which are primarily the opiate derivatives and the coca derivatives. And we have massed those together with the tryptamines, which are another class of chemicals entirely that affect the consciousness differently. And it comes down to the fact that we have thrown the baby out with the bath out of our fear. Because psychedelic chemicals, like LSD and mescaline and peyote and all of those things,
have incredible potential to help people break out of sets that they have developed that are dysfunctional sets. It's wonderful in working with dying people. It's wonderful working with with marriages that are stuck. It's wonderful working in many therapeutic situations with prisoners in prison, etc. All that research has been ruled out because of the culture's fear and the oversimplification of somebody like Nancy Reagan saying, just say no. And all we've got to understand is the climate in this culture is one of hysteria at this point. And what it behooves each person to do is to educate themselves and be responsible and listen. As far as young people using chemicals, my reflections about it are, as I've looked over the last 30 years, that it's important that you become somebody before you become nobody. And that people that try to become nobody too soon lose their ground. That is, they forget their zip code. And therefore, there is a timing for this kind of work. And when you do it too soon, it's harder to do the part of grounding that is required of an incarnation. So just be thoughtful about how you do it. There's no rush. And trust your intuitive heart. I think we've got to start to hear that we can't trust other people's statements. We've got to run them through our own intuitive heart. And we've got to learn to trust that, hard though it is. Sir? How do you reconcile the Hindu doctrine of Atman, or the one, with the Buddhist doctrine of anatta, meaning no self or no one? Well, I'll tell you how I do it, because I'm a Buddhist Hindu. When you are in dualism, you see the one from the point of view of the two. As you merge into the one, there is no longer one or two. There is only zero, which is the formless with the potential for form. It's like form is no other than emptiness, emptiness no other than form, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. So I would say that they're exactly the same thing. They're just two sides of the coin, whether you're looking at it from the side of prakriti, that is patterns of energy, or purush, meaning the formless that lies behind it. Okay? You can't get many Buddhists and Hindus to understand that because they're too busy being Buddhists and Hindus. But behind it all, here we are. You know, it's where 1 equals 0. That's the fun of it. Yes. Each of us approaches life with a certain set of attachments and aversions. And whatever act we do is colored by those attachments and aversions. And therefore, we are acting in response to. When you identify with a desire, there is burnout. Burnout is a clue to you that you're doing it from the wrong place, which forces you back to work on yourself. It's just a cue, it's information. There is no, you have to listen, again, intuitively to hear what strategy you have to pursue. You are a unique entity and have a unique karmic predicament. There's no rule of the game. There is one person who sits in a cave all their life and quiets, and the quietness of their energy is feeding the universe. There is another person who is out standing in front of a train to stop trigger mechanisms for plutonium bombs from getting out of a factory. and they're doing it with love and quietness in their heart. And those people are just doing each their part. And there is nothing wrong at times with pulling back to do inner quiet. We've got to learn. I've been living my life cyclically for many years. I go out into the world until the kind of toxins build up. Then I pull back and I do deep meditative practice. And when I'm back after a while, I intuitively feel I must go out. And when I'm out at times, I feel intuitively at times I must draw back. And I trust those, and I don't ask anybody for their judgment about it. I just know I have to do that, okay? There was a great moment. I was in Burma. I had been doing 2 months of meditation with a wonderful master, Sita Upandita. And I got a telegram saying that my stepmother had cancer. My father was very old at the time, and she was just telling me that. She wasn't going to ask me to do anything. But the minute, and she was going to be operated on in about 4 days. So I took the telegram to my guru, my master, and I showed it to him. And he read the telegram, and he said, "I don't think you should go." And I said, "I have to go." And he said, "You are making good progress. You're leaving now in response to this. You will help a little. But if you'll continue your work, you will help a lot." And I heard him, and I said, "You and I both understand I have to go." And that was the predicament. I mean, we both saw my karmic predicament. That from where I was at my level of evolution, I couldn't not go. Even though I understood what he was talking about. At another time, it might have been different. Sure.
In relation to you working with people with AIDS, and like when you find yourself at a point when you're close to someone and you kind of touch souls, but yet their space is ever changing, and it feels like it's pulling online, like with their disease and where it progresses, and then it's a little better, and then sometimes I find myself drawn back to the sorrow or the pity.
Working with somebody that you love that has AIDS is great work on yourself, because it's so unpredictable and so changing that it will suck you in. And every time you have an expectation, it will get destroyed. And just as you figured out how to handle this one, it'll change. And that's what good situation is for growth, because it'll keep seducing you back in until you can be absolutely equanimous. And somebody says, "Oh, I'm much better." "Oh, I'm much worse." And you say, "Ah, so." And you're happy when they're better, and you're sad when they're worse, but none of it upsets your equanimity. That's your work, okay? Sir. He said his son died a year ago, and he's having a lot of trouble with what I'm saying. It's a Buddhist master who was very wise, and he was sitting by the side of the road sobbing because his son had died. And his students said, "Why are you crying, Master? You know about the spirit. You know about illusion." He said, "Yes, but the death of a child is the greatest illusion. It's the hardest one ever to see through. And for you as a father to see that being as your son awakens a tremendous amount of grief. And the grief, oh yes, 1 second, we have more grief here. And the grief has to run its course. When you quiet down the mind from missing your son and sit quietly, you will begin to feel that in the way that you truly loved
to the extent that you two touched each other in real love, the strength of that relationship is still present, even though you miss the form desperately. And that missing of the form has to run its course as grief goes until the end. But there is a part of the relationship between you and your son. Ooh. Ooh. There's a part of the love that existed between you and your son that is invulnerable to the winds of change, of coming and going. And it's very hard when you're missing the form so much to hear that other reality that exists between the two of you. And yet that's there. And you can't believe it as a belief, because beliefs won't keep you warm on a cold night. But as you just let the grief run its course and keep your heart open, there will be moments when you will feel your son's presence. And there'll be a tendency for you to reject that as just the meanderings of mind. But if you will allow it to be, you will begin to feel sustained and fed by that. I was working with a couple whose daughter went to play tennis with her girlfriend, and they were 11 years old, and they were both raped and murdered. And I wrote a letter saying, how could anybody say anything that would reduce your grief? Because this is such a violent act. And yet maybe there will come a time when you will understand why it was the way it was and why it had to be the way it was. I can only wish for you that and feel just incredible pain for your suffering, which is unbearable. There is a way in which your son came to you. If you'll hold on 1 second, let me just work with this for a second. I think I can work with this for a second. Wait a minute, let me just think whether I can. This is a letter I got from a man whose 23-year-old son went surfing and drowned. And he wrote me, and he felt that there was no spiritual possibility there could be any explanation for this. Problem is, I'm not sure I have the letter. Yeah, I do. It's not nice. I have in hand the extraordinary letter which you wrote to me April 7th. I want to apologize for the delay in my response, etc. I feel such pain for the loss that you and your wife have suffered. The grief that parents experience at the loss of a child is perhaps the deepest grief of all, because it seems to upset the natural order of things, and because you say in your remarkable letter, Keith was your future. What I can share with you from a spiritual vantage point cannot really allay your grief as a parent. Perhaps, however, it may allow you and Keith to know each other in another way, and that other way of knowing may give balance to the grief. With this balance, you may then be a little more able to bear the unbearable. Keith had a strong, he described Keith to me, Keith had a strong and attractive and coordinated 23-year-old body. He also had a warm and vibrant personality. These were the obvious ways that you could know Keith through your own senses and thinking mind. But there is another way in which we can know one another, through our intuitive hearts. This way of knowing one another is subtle. And so it is often hidden behind the more obvious ways of knowing through senses and thought. But if we know what to look for and cultivate that intuitive way of knowing, we find out for ourselves that we are each indeed more than just body and personality. While no name is entirely satisfactory for this other dimension of ourselves, for the purpose of our discussion, the word soul will do. What is this soul? It's a unique entity which, when the time is right, clothes itself in a personality and body to take birth on the physical human plane. This personality and body are much like spacesuits for dwelling on Earth. Inevitably, in all but the rarest cases, within a few years, the infant becomes so strongly identified with its spacesuit that it loses its memory of its initial identity as a soul. Then we live out life engaged in our human vocations until our death, when we leave behind the spacesuit and once again remember our true selves as souls. Let me go on. The wisest beings with whom I have made contact in this plane, I've said all that now, from the soul's point of view, pictures. I can sense from your description of Keith and from the pictures that he sent me, the purity of his heart and the beauty of his soul. And I suspect that though you consider his work on earth just at the beginning, for his soul the work was completed. Even the manner of his leaving was part of his work. Now I realize that for you it is inconceivable that a son who could call when he was going to be late in the evening could possibly leave you in such a fashion by choice. But you see, it was not his personality's choice, but his soul's choice. His personality would, in fact, never be able to leave you because of the power of the bonds of human attached love that existed between you and your wife and your son. But the soul is not limited by human attached love, because it knows that it is joined to others by what is sometimes called the love that surpasseth understanding. It is conscious or spiritual love. It is the love that Christ shares with his Father. It is the same love that binds you and Keith together, far more deeply than even the human love of father and son. Now, when your grief is at its strongest, it is hard to tune in to this deeper love, especially since it makes no rational sense. Okay, I've said all this to you. I cannot negate the pain, but it will balance that loss with a new opportunity. For now that his captivating form is no longer present, you are more free to make contact with his soul, especially if you are able to acknowledge your own. The question of whether your life has been destroyed by this event is another point that is touched by our discussion. For your personality, the pain is shattering and seemingly unbearable. I have no doubt that you awaken crying and find life now meaningless. Such suffering is what the personality would avoid at all costs if it were possible. For your soul, however, it is an entirely different matter. For your soul, suffering is that which forces you to grow spiritually and brings you closer to awakening to whom you in truth are. Okay, I think that's enough. That's the best I can do in dealing with that question. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to stop. This has been a very, very sweet evening, and I want to thank you all for sharing it. In India, when we meet and part, we say namaste, which means I honor the place in you where when you're in yours and I'm in mine, there's only one of us. Namaste.
I'll start slowly and remind me if I lose that. Thank you, Jack. I didn't know you thought all that about me. Most of the time, he said. Most of the time, he said. I first want to express very deep appreciation to Stan and Christina Groff. I think that they're bringing us together in this lovely city for this sacred purpose. It's a great gift. It's grace, and I feel like I'm part of Stan's integration of his past and his present, and I'm happy to be part of that. So thank you, Stan and Christina. I was in Prague last year, and for the first time, and I was so fed by the sense of expanding potential that I felt. Standing on the bridge, or being in the gardens, or walking in the square. And I went home from that very fed. And when Stan called about this conference, I said yes before I even knew what he wanted, because if we could do it in Prague, he had me. I titled this lecture Riding the Waves of Change because in the past year or so I've taken up surfing, and in surfing I actually use a boogie board, which is a shorter board, and everybody out there is 20 years old, and then there's me, and but I've learned the relationship between me and the wave, and I've learned to have a healthy respect for it. And I realize the bigger the waves, the more you have to find just the right way to be in relation to the wave so that it doesn't do you in. And that seemed an appropriate parallel to the world at this moment and our predicament. We are enjoying the last decade of the millennium in a way none of us ever expected. I use the word enjoying guardedly, because actually it's scaring the hell out of most of us. Because the changes that are occurring are so vast and rapid and unpredictable and on the edge of chaos. And there is a sense of inevitability about these changes. It's interesting to talk to an audience that is so heterogeneous in the cultures from which you come, because different cultures are riding different parts of the wave. So that here in Czechoslovakia, where there has been so much oppression, the wave is the breaking out and the individual coming forth and the joy of individualism. In my country, in the United States, individualism has been run right into the ground. It's been run into total alienation. And it's been run to the point where we are just at the turning point where we recognize that when we threw out our web, our network, our community, in the zeal to be more individual, we threw out something we really needed for the sustenance of our hearts. And so now we turn towards community. Both of us here in Czechoslovakia and the United States are experiencing extraordinary change, but they are at that level anyway, going in very different directions. But there are also, and more profoundly, I think, than these pendulum swings, there are big waves that embrace all of us.
In one of the waves I'm so aware of is the way in which my country and the other highly industrialized nations are exporting a whole philosophy and mythology into the world. The free enterprise is obviously inspiring, but along with it go a whole set of conditions. And one of it is the need to create markets. And I'm very aware, for example, I work with Guatemalan refugees in Mexico. We have 3 refugee camps. These are refugees who fled Guatemala after violence, incredible violence. And these people are living very much like slaves in the sugarcane plantation. And one of the camps did not have electricity yet at the stage when I went to visit. One of them, we had already succeeded, there was electricity and water in it. And the third one had also electricity and water. When I went to the first camp where there was no electricity, the people were very quiet, very connected to the earth as sunset came, somewhat depressed, obviously away from their homeland, living with great hardship. I went to the second camp and there was light and there were children playing and there was a different spirit. I went to the third camp and when we drove in, nobody met us, surprised us. We found them all in a room looking at a television set. And they were looking at a television set that was showing an advertisement for a kind of fashion soap. Here are Mayan villagers who have fled the violence in their country, have barely enough to eat, and when we walked in, they couldn't even turn to acknowledge us. They were so transfixed in absorbing the desirability of that bathroom soap. And you knew that you were part of creating suffering right at that moment. Part of the creation of desire systems. And recently this year I was in the Marquesa Islands in the South Pacific, in an island in French Polynesia, 6 miles by 9 miles, 1,200 people who the diet is fruit and wild pig and fish. Most of them, over 80%, have never been off the island. And when I came into one of the buildings, there was the television on, which had just come in the past few years, and there was a Los Angeles police show. There was not a policeman on this island. And I realized the depth of what was happening through the information age in terms of homogenizing a culture, a world. Part of the dysfunctional mythology that is rampant in my country is one I've mentioned, this focus on individuality. Then there's the focus on the material. That is, more is better. Whatever you've got, if you have more, it'll be better. You'll be really happy when you have more. Then there's competition. The idea that survival of the fittest is really the only law that's worth attending to. Then we have the profit motive. That the prime criterion of happiness is an increase in the gross national product. And finally, we have anthropocentrism. that humans are where it's at and they control all of it. Animals, the earth, all of it. I can't quite express to you how far I feel the whole process has gone. I have one little story. I had a friend in Washington. His name was Milton Friedman. Now, there is another Milton Friedman who is an economist. And my friend Milton Friedman was a speechwriter at one point in the White House. And one day he received a telephone call. Caller said, "Is this Milton Friedman?" And he said, "Yes." And the caller said, "I represent a church in California, and we have a large surplus in our accounts of money, and we wonder if you could suggest how we should invest it." To which my friend replied, "Have you considered giving it to the poor?" To which the man on the phone replied, "Is this the real Milton Friedman?" To which my friend replied, "Is this the real church?" Now, the litany of things that are changing so fast. We've been talking about them even for the past day already, and let me just run through the list so you just let me punctuate each one by silence and not talk about it, since you probably know about it as well as I do. Let me just mention it and just stay open to each one. Shrinking rainforests. Global warming. Thinning of the ozone layer. Contamination of the groundwaters of the land masses. Contamination of the oceans and the fish in the ocean. Increased air pollution and the resultant respiratory illnesses. The inability to find a safe way to dispose of nuclear waste. An extraordinary population explosion. An increasing polarization between the poor and the rich, with a smaller and smaller percentage being the haves and a larger and larger percentage being the have-nots. Increased hunger and famine in the world. Increased number of refugees in the world who are fleeing economic, political, or ecological conditions. increased inner city violence, deepening racism and ethnic tension. Dramatically increased use of drugs such as cocaine, crack, and heroin. An AIDS epidemic that is still being denied by most of the world, and at which at this moment in many countries in Africa, 1/3 of the pregnant women are HIV positive. Multinational businesses that are now the most powerful social institutions that have no moral and ethical responsibilities to anybody but to their shareholders. Those are the negative ones that I could think of. I'm sure you could add. President Havel, in a letter that appeared in the op-ed section of the New York Times in May, said the first global technical civilization has reached the limits of its potential, the point beyond which the abyss begins. He talks about the history of all of this, rooted in reverence for the rational mind, from the Renaissance to socialism, from positivism to scientism, from the Industrial Revolution to the Information Revolution. A dawning recognition that this world of depersonalized objectivity is not our salvation. Just to balance these dark lists, just let me add the positive ones: the end of the Cold War, the breakdown of the wall, the end of the communist dominion, the lessening of nuclear tensions, dramatically changed, the growing environmental awareness, despite the United States position in Rio, the changing role of women, technological leaps in life expectancy, in ability to extend life expectancy, ease of living. Unfortunately, it's still for the few. I've just had a dramatic example of the way technology is improving life. I work with the Seva Foundation, which works with the blind in Nepal and India. And we are involved in helping the Nepalese become self-sufficient in eye care, and the Indians to do the same, and to deal with incredible backlogs. In Nepal, when we started working, there were 200,000 people who were blind because of cataract, which required an operation that took 4 minutes, and at that time cost $5 US, in which the lens is cut, the opaque lens is taken out, the cornea is stitched up, And then the person is given these thick glasses, and when they were blind in a very poor country, they suddenly can see. We started that in 1980. We built eyeglass factories, we had eye camps, we built hospitals, we trained, helped the Nepalis become ophthalmologists, a whole system. Beautiful, beautiful. 12 years we've been at it. Similarly in India, in southern India. Now, in the United States, on the other hand, when you get a cataract operation, they cut cornea, take out the lens, and they put in a little plastic lens. And they sew it up, and you have 20/20 vision, perfect vision. No glasses to break, no thick glasses that you can hardly see through that keep getting dirty in the fields, none of that. But only the rich people get those. Poor people get the thick glasses. They go to work in the fields, the glasses break, the glasses get covered with the flax and the seed from the wheat. The intraocular lens, as it's called, costs in the United States about $250 for an ophthalmologist to get it. The operation costs about $1,500. This past year, we, along with Aravind Eye Hospital in India, built an intraocular lens factory in South India that produces those same lenses to the same quality as the United States for $5 a lens. Right? That means because it offended our sense of decency that the rich people should get the lenses and the poor people shouldn't. And we will work that so that, just as we work the hospitals in India and Nepal, so that 70% of the patients are given everything free, and it's covered by the ability to pay of the other 30%. And they get better cabins. In changing conditions as dramatic as these are, how are you and I to respond? I think most of us are appreciative that something's called for in us, but we aren't quite able to figure out how to do it, or what to do, or how much to do. Many of us save our cans and bottles for recycling, but is that really going to be enough? Many of us want to change, but we don't yet want to change. Like, I have a car. It's an 18-year-old car, and it was given to me by my stepmother before she died. I love the car. It's a nice car. It also contaminates the universe. Now, I'm a conscious fellow. I speak about pollution. What should I do? I still have the car. I don't want to have the car, but I don't want to not have it either. You may not be in those predicaments. I find myself in those. Certain changes we can make easily because we see that we don't really give up anything, and we get something in return. But there are deeper changes, kind that David Stendelrest was talking about this morning. He talked about crises where you come to something that doesn't work anymore. Those are the ones that are interesting, about how we deal with those changes. Most people, in response to intense changing conditions, get frightened. And when they get frightened, they do a lot of interesting things. First of all, they hold on tighter to what they have. They start to resist change. They go into denial to make believe nothing's happening. I do all these things too. They try tokenism, like bottles and cans. As things get worse, they go into depression, despair, anger. These are the sequences that people go through as they start to deal with conditions that are changing when they get frightened. And what happens to a large number of us is we get more conservative. There is an increase in fundamentalism, in ultranationalism, in ethnic prejudice, ultimately in violence, in order to hold on to what you have. And if you look at the have and the have-nots of the world, you see an incredibly destabilizing condition in which at some point the have-nots no longer say, it's wonderful that you have it, we'll wait for the trickle. They say, enough already, and then something changes. We can feel the breath on our necks. We can feel the imminence of profound changes in all of our lives. We can't even begin to imagine them. The question I ask you is, where can you and I stand in relation to those changes in such a way that we can not be instruments of exacerbating the problem, but rather could be instruments for transforming a transformative process that is gentle, that is loving, that is compassionate. Some changes, it's just simply enough to give people information. And to the extent that there's no much pressure on them, they will change. For example, in New Mexico, in the United States, the government has built a huge $800 million hole in the ground to put nuclear waste. But the problem is it hasn't successfully met environmental safety standards. But there is tremendous pressure to get rid of the waste. It's like you being constipated. And there's only a certain amount you can take. So the government was trying to make believe everything was all right, and they were overriding the environmental safety concerns. So my colleague, Jai, and they were going to transport the nuclear waste through all the main highways, from all the different places in Washington State and Savannah and so on. So he stood on a corner in Santa Fe with a sign. And it just said, during rush hour, just one person. And he said, imagine a nuclear accident here. Just one person stood there. Photographer from the paper took a picture, it went on the front page. People started to gather. Pretty soon, hundreds of people were involved. Pretty soon, every business had a sign saying, stop, whip the waste experimental project until environmental standards are met. And the government and Congress was stopped cold. Everybody said, aren't we wonderful? Might and good and right won. Then the government said, look, if we stop WIP, you're going to lose 2,000 jobs in a depressed economy. Now it's a whole different ballgame. Now it's a battle of goods against goods. So you see that information was sufficient until people's economics were on the line, then it was a whole different ballgame. Now, for the kinds of changes that are required of us, not only do we have to change our behaviors, but we have to go deeper than that. David Bohm said, a change of meaning is required to change the world's politics, economics, and society. This change of meaning must begin with the individual. It was the same topic to which David Steindl-Rast spoke this morning. I would like to propose that whether or not you are part of the problem or part of the solution depends upon who you think you are. Let me spell it out. When I say the question, who do I think I am, I'm reminded of the story of Nasruddin, the Sufi crazy man, mystic. I got this story from Jack Kornfield. And the Sufi Nasruddin goes into a bank, and he's very disreputable, to cash a check. And the teller studies the check. He says, the check looks fine. And then he looks at Nasruddin, who looks terribly disreputable. And he said, but do you have identification? So Nasruddin reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a mirror and he says, yup, that's me. Who you and I think we are is that sort of, yup, that's me. But it bears a little more interesting examination. Until 1961, I was quite certain that who I was who my parents had told me I was. I was somebody. I was Richard. I was good. I was an achiever. I had other characteristics. In other words, I was identified with my personality. I was also a professor, I was a cellist, I was a pilot, and I enjoyed all those identities as well. In 1961, I took psilocybin, the psilocybin mushroom. And to put it very simply, I found out I wasn't who I thought I was. That who I was much more interesting than who I thought I was. And I would say that for the past 30 years, I have been growing into what I learned that first experience. What I learned, I could convey to you through an image that I've used often, which is that of television channels, since most of you are familiar with television. Television receiver, dial selector right here next to your eyes. Set it on channel 1, and you look at me, and what do you see? You see an attractive elderly gentleman. You see a physical entity. When that was my primary identification, when that's who I thought I was my body. As I grew bald, I grew a long piece of hair that I wound over here because the image of me bald was unacceptable, because my identification with having hair was so powerful that I had to be aware of where the wind was all the time and sort of. Now let's switch to channel 2. Now you look up here and what do you see? You see a warm, vibrant, intelligent, sensitive lecturer, mild manic depressive, and so on. In other words, you see my psychosocial identity. Right? That's my Ramdasness. And you and I have many roles within those particular theater pieces. You don't keep one role. If you're a truck driver and you're in bed, you don't say, I'm a truck driver. You are called upon to fulfill other roles. Most of us have a lot of horizontal costume changes we go through every day. Now let's switch the dial, the next one. This is now, right now, starts where the psilocybin kicks in. Okay? The first two, everybody's got. That's what you would train to, and that's all real. And you would train so well into those first two that you would train to ignore all the information from everything else. In other words, all the rest of the channels were treated as static, and you had a receiver which received two channels. That's what you got in this karmic deal. Now let's shift to channel 3. You look up here, and you see an Aries. You see an archetypal figure. You see a mythic identity. You see a seeker after truth. Whatever those are, you see the bigger-than-life scenarios, which are all the part of our uniqueness as individuals. It's called the astral plane in one system. Now, I have just a lovely story to share with you about the astral plane. After I had been in India for some time, I came back to the United States, and I was practicing, because once you understand what you're trying to do, you're trying to live, to learn, to open to these different channels and integrate them. So I was spending a lot of time in those days on the astral planes. And at one point, I had an old car that I was driving across the United States. And I was sitting in the front seat. It was a very heavy old limousine. And I was driving on the New York Thruway, and I was doing a mantra with my beads. And I was saying the names of God, different names of God. And I'd spend a day on each name, each name. They're all the same name. It's just different strokes for different folks. And so one day I was working with Krishna, this particular day, and Krishna is blue. He's always characterized as a blue being playing a flute. So I was doing Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. I was going along about 40 miles an hour, one leg tucked under me, and this was going to be a 2-week trip across the United States. And I suddenly was aware in my rearview mirror of a blue flashing light. So I knew, I hadn't lost the other two channels. So I knew it was a state trooper, a policeman, and I pulled over, and he came up to me, and I rolled down my window, and he said, "May I see your license and registration, please?" Now, if you've been singing to Krishna for about 10 hours, and he's blue, and a blue light flashes, and then this being comes to your window. He not only could have had my license and registration, he could have my life. This is like, Christ came as a carpenter. How would they come now as a state trooper? Why not, So he took my license and he checked the car and he called home and he did whatever policemen do. And then he came up and he said, "You're going too slowly, and you'll have to drive on an ancillary road, another road." Now, at this point, I'm just looking at him with so much love, because I'm having darshan of God. Who he thinks he is his problem. Well, it turns out that state police very rarely are loved that way, at least when they're in their uniforms. Okay? So now he's got the problem that he's finished our business, but he doesn't want to go away. So he says, "Nice car you have here," which allows us to talk some more. And finally he says, after he's run out of topics, he now either has to admit that he's Krishna, okay, but if he wants to carry the charade all the way, that's up to him. And he says, "Be gone with you," which is not really state trooper talk. And he walks back to his car, and as I drive away, I look in my mirror, and he's waving at me. Now, you tell me, who was that? All right, let's turn the dial one more. Now we tune into what the Christians call the soul. You look into somebody's eyes and you see another being looking out at you. Are you in there? I'm in here. How did you get into that one? And you see this soul that has been incarnated into a body, a personality, a whole psychosocial trip, an astral identity, but it's another soul just like you. Here we are. You here, I'm here. It's far out. Great trip, isn't it? Wow, you come to Earth often? Now, that's an interesting one, because that one ceases to be quite as solid. It gets more, because you're used to focusing on people in terms of their individual differences. And now you're seeing that it's another being just like you. It has a different karmic DNA code, but it's basically just like you. And the communication between souls is not really at the level of conceptual intellect so much. I'd like to share one of my favorite all-time stories, just to convey the feeling of that plane. I was invited by John and Tony Lilly to swim with their dolphins, Joe and Rosie, who were at a tank in Redwood City, California. And a friend of mine and I came on a very cold, gray day to these huge tanks in which these dolphins were swimming. My friend got into the water. I had my bathing suit on. I was shaking with cold. And in my mind was going through thoughts like, what am I doing here? Why am I supposed to want to be swimming with dolphins? All right. This is absurd. I'm too old for this. However, everybody is standing around, so I go. I get into the holding tank and start to tread water. Now, everybody is watching around the tank to see how Ram Dass is with the dolphins. So, whatever I might be feeling inside, I'm smiling. The first thing that happens is the dolphins go by me very fast and very close. And they're considerably bigger than I expected they'd be. After some time, one of the dolphins, Rosie, hovered, I guess you'd call it, right here. And I thought, what am I supposed to do now? And a desire arose in me to touch the dolphin. So I reached out and I touched the dolphin. Now, I know it's a mammal, but because it's got a tail and all, it's a fish. And when you touch fish, they swim away. So I touched the dolphin, and she didn't move. And my mind said, "What? I want to touch it again." So I touched it again and ran my hand down, and it was this silky, silky skin. It was almost all water. It's just absolutely delicious. And she didn't move. And at that moment, I became aware that she knew I was touching her, and she was right there, and that she and I were in this relationship. And I knew that she wasn't thinking, "I'm a dolphin, I'll let him touch me." And at the moment of this awareness of her presence, where I was running my hand gently down her back, I let go of the analytic processes for a moment, and I went into just a kind of an open ecstasy. The minute I experienced the first moment of ecstasy, Rosie flipped her body till she was upright in front of me and came towards me, and I found myself holding her, kissing her on the mouth, and saying, "Oh, Rosie, oh, Rosie." At this point, Rosie started to insinuate herself into my body, and I began to become aroused. Now, everybody is watching what's going to happen with Ramdas, so I am smiling. But I am thinking, is this legal? Shortly after that, she came around and came in under my arm, and I held her fin, and she went down, and I let go quickly so I wouldn't hurt her. And then she came back in under my arm, and I did that again, and my hand slipped off. And once again, she came under my arm, and what I wanted to do was put my hand around her belly and hold on, but I didn't want to hurt her. Finally, I did that, and she started to swim wildly, and I thought, "Oh, I'm disturbing her, I'll let go." And I floated to the surface, and she immediately came in under my arm. So I felt I was being trained. So I just grabbed her around, and we started to swim wildly through the tank. After about 40 seconds, the thought occurred to me, "Rosie, you're a dolphin. I am a human. I need air." The minute that thought occurred, Rosie brought me to the surface immediately. And I took a breath of air, and then we continued our swim. And for the next 30 minutes, she brought me to the surface every time I needed air. At one point, when she came to the surface, usually we'd come up and I'd take in a big breath of air, and then we'd go down again. But people were taking pictures of Ramdas with a dolphin, and I began to ham it up a bit. And at this point, Rosie went down, and I had no breath. And I said, "Well, Rosie, this is it between us." At which point, she came right back up again. Just maybe 3 seconds. At the end of 35 minutes or so, I was so cold I was shaking, but I couldn't stop. The ecstasy was so great. And she shook me off, and she went and got Joe, and they both nosed me over the holding platform and forced me out of the tank. Now, to me, that's a story in which Rosie and I met at a place of intuitive heart connection. that had in it a great deal of wisdom. And it was when I let go of my analytic process for a moment that the connection was made. I just came across this article. It said, out of the tragedy and misery of the devastating cyclone in Bangladesh came this story. State Minister for the Environment Abdul Lal Al-Naman told reporters that a dolphin took hold of a baby who had been swept out to sea at the village of Ukiah by a tidal wave during the height of the April 29 cyclone. The baby was delivered back to shore 18 miles from Ukiah, where people took the child from the dolphin's mouth and took it to a district hospital, where the infant was said to be recuperating. Isn't it fun? Now, those are just, extreme examples of meeting another soul. Let's shift the channel just once more. And now what you're looking at is yourself looking at yourself, looking at yourself. There's only one of it. That if you extricate your awareness from your identification with channels 1 through 4, all that's left of you is. And is just is. You don't have more is than I have. You don't even have a different is than I have. Call it awareness, call it God, call it presence, call it whatever you want. One of the things you could call it is love. Zen master Yasutani said, our true nature is beyond all categories. Whatever you can conceive or imagine is but a fragment of yourself. Hence, the real you cannot be found through logical analysis, deduction, or intellectual analysis, or even endless imagining. The quality of that plane of reality, if you would call it that, and this is just a metaphorical system, is that it has no time and no space in it. It has no form in it. And yet it is as much who you are as every other channel. As you pull your awareness back from time so that you see time as a river moving, and yet you rest in that which is timeless. T.S. Eliot says, we cannot stick to the moving finger of time on the surface of the sphere, but must descend into the still point of the turning world. All of those planes, and many more, but those are the crudest description, all became apparent to me in that moment in 1961, although I didn't even know I knew them. And since that, all of my spiritual practices have been an attempt to open back up to the fullness of my being. It's not like these higher planes of consciousness weren't there all along. I had just been trained to not know them. Those of you that have raised babies often see in the baby a spaciousness of awareness that then starts to get lost as the child gets socialized into somebody-ness, because we go into somebody training. In my work with the dying, which is something that I do a great deal of, is sitting with dying people as they're dying. What I find is that my work on myself in that process, to constantly keep the spaces open of all these channels simultaneously, allows me to see before me a person who has AIDS and is dying. That's channel 1 and 2 usually. But it also allows me to see another soul who is going through a journey different than my own. And when we can meet in that place, the person's fear that came from identifying with their bodies is alleviated in some degree, because they recognize another part of themselves that has nothing to do with birth and death. To me, that is a treasure that one shares through one's being. When Mahatma Gandhi was asked for a message to take back to a village, he scribbled, the train was moving out of the station, and he scribbled on a paper bag, "My life is my message." What you and I offer to the world and to each other is what we are. And as human beings, what we are is so much more vast than what we allow ourselves to be. When I was a psychologist, I had major neuroses. Major. My analysts thought I was too sick to function. These neuroses were the kind that would appear as dark beings, and they would possess me. They would take me over against my will because I was good. For example, one of these was lust. And I could be this beautiful spiritual being, and through a concatenation of conditions, something would come along that would call that neurotic characteristic of lust forth. And it would slowly possess me. And I would find myself saying, "Wouldn't you like to come up and see my holy pictures?" And I was appalled. Somebody recognized it. As a result of the spiritual work of 30 years, more and more I find that what were once these monstrous neuroses have turned into these small little shmoo-like animals. That when they come along, I say, "Oh, I haven't seen you in ever so long. Come in and have tea." And I now see my neurotic personality characteristics as my style. I had another interesting moment about this business of holding tightly to any definition of a person. My father was a very successful and strong man. I have 14 minutes. And he got very old, and I spent many years taking care of my father until he died. And as he got near 90, he started to get very quiet inside. And since I was working on myself, I just started to meet him on different planes than I had met him before. And we would hang out as these old souls holding hands looking at the sunset. Prior to this time, my father was an extremely active person. And he and I only met through doing things. And he always was very interactive. So one man who had had a difficult time with my father came to visit. And he came in and he said to my father, "Hi, how are you doing?" And my father just smiled at him. And this fellow walked out of the room and he said, "That stinker, he still won't talk to me." Okay. Then my aunt, who loved my father deeply, came to see him. And she said, "George, how are you?" And my father just smiled at her. And she said, "Oh, what have they done to you? Where have you gone?" And she was miserable. And it struck me as interesting that the fellow and my aunt were both miserable because my father wasn't who they thought he was. And my father and I were both in ecstasy together because we had just moved into another way of being. And what I've learned in being with other people is to not expect anybody to be anywhere other than where they want to be. That's their karma. But create an environment with one's mind so that another person can acknowledge all of their being through mirroring through your mind if they are ready and want to do so. Now, I want to just use my last few minutes in presenting the heavier part of the problem. I was with an ecologist, John Seed, from Australia. I was interviewing him for a television show. And John was telling me about the rate at which the rainforests were being destroyed and the immensity of the whole thing that was happening. And I said to him, "Well, where are we in all this, John?" He said, "The inertia is so great now that to save us would take a miracle." You know, I'd never heard it said so boldly. We don't say this to each other. I said, "That's pretty intense, John." John said, "Well, you know," he said, "after all, we were the ones that came up out of the ocean onto land. You know, we have quite a few miracles in our history. Don't underestimate us." But what he made me realize was that all the time that I am sitting with somebody who's dying, how about acknowledging the possibility that I'm sitting at the death of my own civilization? How do I react? With denial? With depression? Is it a possibility that I can't let into my consciousness? Rilke says that one is able to contain death, the whole of death, can hold it in one's heart gentle and not refuse to go on living, is inexpressible. I want us just to consider the possibility that until you and I have opened to the imminence of our own death, either personally or culturally, we are being motivated by a behavior of avoidance that is distorting the truth that we see. And that if you are going to be a true instrument of the alleviation of suffering in the world, you have to be able to look at suffering with open eyes, with all of your stuff, with your fear and all of it. It says, truth waits for eyes unclouded by longing. If you and I are to be those people that can, in the midst of change that seems almost chaotic, have equanimity, have love, have compassion, and be impeccable in our actions because we are quiet enough to hear our unique dharmic role. If you and I are to be those people, there is nothing that we can afford to avoid. We must look directly with unblinking eyes at what is. Our vulnerability will come through our distortion of perception. When you have cultivated and balanced the planes of consciousness so that that part of you that is not in time and space, that is not born, that does not die, the formless out of which the form arises, when you are resting in that equally as much as you are resting in your bodies and your personalities, then you are able to handle the changes of your body and your personality because you are also resting in that which does not change. If you are only identified with that which changes, your fear about change is too great for you to be the optimum responder to bring about healing. From the plane of souls, from the plane of awareness, you look at the dance of life and you see it as a lawful unfolding, including the suffering and the chaos and the changes, and you say, ah, so it is what it is. Even as at the level of social personality and at the level of body, you are frightened and in pain and scared and empathetic. When I reach out to a Guatemalan or a Nepali or Indian or an American Indian or whoever that is suffering, only at one plane is nice Ram Dass reaching out to help helpless person. At another plane, it's no different than if this hand were in difficulty and this hand pulled it out. It is me helping myself. Whose suffering is it anyway? First, it's their suffering, and I'm helping. Then at another level, it's our suffering, because we're interconnected. And then at another level, it's my suffering, because there's only one of it. And pull back one more, and there isn't suffering. There's suffering and there's no suffering. What is required to come into balance in these levels of consciousness is the ability to keep surrendering who you think you are into who you truly are. And surrender is not, seems like a big deal when you think what you're holding on to is important. Later it will seem silly. There's a story of a pig and a chicken going down the street, and they are hungry, and they see a restaurant that serves breakfast. And they go up to the door, and on the door is a sign, ham and eggs. And the pig says, I think I won't go in there. And the chicken says, why not? And the pig says, well, for you it's easy. From you they only want a contribution. From me they want it all. You and I are being called upon to offer it all into the truth of our being. This is the work that you and I must do. We don't even really have that much choice. Because to the extent that you would relieve suffering, you must find a way to be free of suffering in yourself, lest your suffering compound the suffering of others. You can't wait till you're free of suffering to help others, so that you make the helping of others part of your practice to become free of suffering. And you work for others as a way of working on yourself. You work on yourself as a way of working on others. President Havel said, who but politicians should lead the way for this? Except for he and the Dalai Lama, I find very few politicians I would expect to lead the way here. No, I think it is going to be the international ITA that will lead the way. But for that to happen, you can't just talk transpersonal talk. You have to become transpersonal. So I invite you to join me in the merry dance of perhaps sitting at your own death, doing it with lightness, with joy. As Brother David said this morning, the Austrians say, it's hopeless but not serious. To look and keep death on your left shoulder, to look and see the possibility it might all end, and then from the quietness of your mind and heart to allow the compassion and appropriate action to arise out of you so that your action relieves suffering, and that everybody you meet feels your passion and at the same moment your equanimity, your joy, and at the same moment the way in which you bear everybody's suffering. This is what you and I are called upon to do. I can't think of a more interesting curriculum. Can I do Jubilate for 2 minutes? Okay. We're going to end with a song because David Stentelrest did one this morning, a chant. We're going to do a 6-part round. You can learn it very quickly. It's got only 3 words to it. The first word is jubilate, or jubilate, means jubilation. The second word is Deo, which means whatever you'd like it to mean. The third word is Alleluia, which means Alleluia. It's Alleluia, okay? And it goes like this. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia. Hallelujah. That's all there is to it. Okay, now we'll go really slow through it until you get it, because it's easy. Jubilate Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia. Repeat, Alleluia. Okay, again with a little more firmness now. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia. Now we'll just pick the beat up and the energy a little bit, all right? And it's going to be a little sharper and clearer, all right? Here we go. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo. Just once more crisper, then you'll really have it. Just crisp. So, jubilate. Hallelujah. You've got it. I think you've got it. Now, we'll divide it in half in practice. We're going to do it 6 parts, but we'll start with 2. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia. Okay, now. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia, jubilate Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia. Great. Okay, we're all set now. All right, we're going to divide across the middle of the hall here. So this part here will be 1, and this part in here will be 2, and this part will be 3, and that part back there is 4, and that part back there is 5, and that part over there is 6. Now, a 6 would never be confused with a 5. Everybody knows exactly who they are. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, you're going to sing your own part, and I'd like to tell you that if you make a mistake, it ruins it for all of us. So, while I don't want you to be nervous, we will just practice once more till we have it. Just together once. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia. Here we go. Jubilate Deo, jubilate Deo,
one of the women in this group, yesterday said to me, "Are you ever going to give the advanced course? Or is this all you have to offer?" Can't but admire that, I must say. That's as good as you can get. Wish I'd said it. I will from now on. And so I mumbled all of the usual things I say about why most of the people that come to be with me, and with the group that I gather and so on. I guess I teach at the level that is resonant with the collective consciousness. That's why I do what I do. But I don't quite believe that. It seems to me it has to do with love. Like when Aretha Franklin would sing, or people like that, the person would play the audience until the audience opened, and then the audience created this incredible wave of energy, and then the singer sang. The singer sang the voice of that energy. And you can feel that in great rock music. I mean, in these great rock concerts, like a Grateful Dead concert is basically like a religious church experience. For me, it's an incredible experience in which the audience is as much a player as the players are players. And everybody realizes it's a group experience that everybody's having together, and all the people up front are steering the ship. They're not necessarily a play on the ship. Well, I asked myself, if I was going to give the advanced course, what would it be like? Would I just be silent? Since I understand that words are a hype, that here we are trying to get out of the addiction to our conceptual mind, and all I'm handing you is concept. I'm inviting you to see them the way I see them, which are like birds flying through the air, and see the concepts from a place of absolute emptiness. Words are just the stuff. They're like the paintbrush to paint canvases. And the Zen monk who keeps painting canvases and then throwing them over his shoulder into the river as he's floating downstream. I thought there are a number of things I would do if I were giving an advanced course. I wouldn't demand linearity of myself, because when you're talking to yourself, you don't have to complete all your thoughts. You sort of see where they're going and you go on. But when you're talking to other people, but are there any other people here? I mean, are you them or are you us? Or even if you're us, that's not very interesting. Are you me? Am I talking to myself? If I'm talking to myself, I don't have to explain it all. Am I ever going to get to the point where I assume I am talking to myself? Or I act as if I were, or whatever that level that is. So you can hear that part of the way in which you and I are dancing together. And then I examine the way in which I love other people. That would come into my advanced course, because that's the place I'm playing with now. Because I realized that if I expressed all the love I felt for other people, I wouldn't be able to get rid of them. And I'm much too smart for that. So if I were giving the advanced course, I'd be talking only to myself. And whether you got it or not would be your problem, not mine. Whether you were busy being who you think you are or being ourself. If you wanted to be separate, blessings. We'll wait. It's 100,000 incarnations. This is the advanced course, see? Like in the advanced course, I'd read things like this quote from the Prajnaparamita. All this fleeting world, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of light in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, a phantom, a dream. All is fleeting world, a bubble, a dream, a phantom. If I were giving the advanced course, this is the place I give it from. I give it as fellow connoisseurs and appreciators of the bubble. A shared awareness delighting in the play of the Lord, the play of the forms of the universe. Not so afraid to look at what is, because you're afraid you'll melt. Being made of tougher stuff. That you can look at Kali and Shiva and their work, and you can look at change without freaking because your awareness is not identified with that which changes. You and I are living in a culture that is paralyzed by fear. Its creative juice is almost totally drained out of it by its fear. This fear is the fear of change, the fear of the unknown. And yet at this moment in history, we are in a moment in which we are like a snake, shedding a mythological structure in order to grow a new one. Recently I made a list of myths that you and I were in the middle of shifting. We are caught between stories. And that's the ground for incredible anxiety, because who you were was defined by the myth, where you fit in the scheme of things. Just let me run through this list and get a feeling for how it embraces you. Many of us grew up with the American dream myth, and we saw the GNP rising and rising before our very eye. And every next generation was better off than the last one. New moment, new myth. This generation is not as well off. Their money doesn't buy as much security and safety and luxury and life. And they have more endangered resources to live with. That's what we are giving not the seventh generation, but the next generation. So we have a shifting myth. We're still holding on to the old one. In each case, you'll see how much we hold on to the old one because we don't want to face the new one. We are a youth culture. Our values are in youth. Our world mastery, etc. However, the baby boomers will be 50 in 1996. So not only is that the power realm age of the society, but it's just over the edge. The baby boomers are starting to go out by the cultural values. Because when you're old, if you're in a part of a hunting tribe, they just leave you behind. If you're part of a gathering tribe, they have jobs for you within the social structure. You're part of the system. You care for the children. You're an elder. You are the holder of the wisdom of the tribe. But what our culture has done to aging people is fear, panic, loss, isolation, irrelevance, a kind of a burden to the social system. And yet all of us are on that path to aging. In India, they have ashrams or stages of life. In the first stage, you're a student. And then after about 20, you're with family. And your job is to work in the world and do very, very well. Very successful in terms of resources. And those resources, there's a formula for how you use them during that period. You use them for your family, you use them for children and old people, you use them for holy people. And then in the third stage of your life, your children are grown, they take over the business, and you start your studies. your spiritual studies, your pilgrimages, things like that, alone or with a partner or with a community. And then comes, when you're 60, the sannyas stage, when you are free of all structures, and the society just says, go, baby, go. The society's there to support you because it needs what you have to offer. And it's a mature enough society to recognize this fact. That's the interesting shifting myths of youth. We grew up, many of us, with the myth that humans were the stewards of nature. Or humans, or nature, even worse, nature was there for humans. Stewards, at least, was a nice rationalization cop-out. But the game that you're afraid of is that you are just part of it all. You are part of a biotic community. You are part of many, many social structures, and that's as much your identity as your being busy being an individual. And there's the next myth that's in transition. I remember participating in the support of a number of myths that are now dysfunctional, by the way. I thought the atom, splitting the atom was great. I was wrong. But I thought that individualism was wonderful because it was liberation from social institutions. And it was empowering the individual to think for themselves and feel for themselves, and that's what the 60s seemed to be in large part about, feeling and thinking for yourself, so that if you went into a community, it was an intentional act on your part to be part of a community. It wasn't, you weren't locked into systems. And the 60s were far out in that sense, because all of the vertical systems, all the vertical power structures turned into paper tigers. Oh, they could sting, but they were still paper tigers. I mean, the image that I love is of all of the hippies surrounding the Pentagon and holding hands and oming to make it rise. I mean, doesn't it change the image of the Pentagon now? Not the Pentagon. Yes, the Pentagon. Om. Now, it is true only a few people saw it rise. But it wasn't the issue of whether you saw it rise. They gave credence to that. It was the issue of the symbolic statement that was being made. And that break from vertical, patriarchal authority institutions that preserved incredible discriminations and oppressions and so on started to crumble. Civil rights, sexual freedom, environmental consciousness, women's movement, anti-Vietnam movement about the immorality of economic wars. And once you take Humpty Dumpty apart, it's really hard to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, no matter how hard George Bush tries, or Ronald Reagan, or Bob Dole, or whoever. They all happen to be Republicans, but they could be Democrats. But you can see that creative government is that tension, by the way, between the force of preservation and the force of change. And the art is not to get so carried away with change you lose the baby with the bath, and not to get so caught in inertia that you miss the opportunity for survival, basically, because you don't adapt. Then there was the myth of material acquisition, in which the temples become the shopping malls. And you watch thousands of people going through with eyes fixed. Their whole culture centered around the shopping mall. Social institutions, there are the old men counting beads, there's the whole structure. And it's a social institution that it represents some of our highest aspirations. And emerging is another myth that is demanded by the limitation of the resources we have available, is that voluntary simplicity is going to be in. That living simply, not collecting stuff, is going to be in. Not just using up resources in order to, because you're not under the illusion it's going to make you happy any longer. I've told about collecting boxes, that every time I move, I carry the boxes with me. I rent a truck, and these boxes are all my memorabilia. And after a while, I thought, why am I carrying these with me? It costs me money. I got to put them in storage. I never open them. They're all the important papers that I'll want later. But why will I want them later? That's the assumption that later will be less interesting than now is, because now is so interesting I never open the boxes. That would be a later thing, yeah. Much later, baby, much later. The art is to leave no footprints. But all of this is a selection from the vast, formless universe of creating a reality called a news story. It creates reality for all of our consciousnesses. And it creates the sustaining of a certain kind of value system that is not just. And the rational mind is in the service of protecting your separateness first. Then you can use it for play and sport and technological advance, but it's to make you more comfortable and feel safer in a basically unsafe situation. Because your separateness is part of that which is changing. And it's like trying to stand on sand that's in the ocean where it's all constantly giving way beneath your feet. I was in New Haven going to New York, and I had to take the late night train where you bought the ticket on the train. And so I had just become 60, and the conductor came along, and I said, senior citizen, please. And he immediately gave me a ticket that cost half of what I would have paid if I hadn't said that. And I said to him, don't you want to see any identification? And he said, no. That was a story I didn't tell you before because I was punishing it. But now, we now value what we really put down before, and what our Native American friends have always valued is the intuitive heart-mind. A deep, deep wisdom in people. We have gotten fascinated with knowledge, and we forgot wisdom. So that our mythic heroes are people like Henry Kissinger. We're going from a myth that the separation of the church and the state is therefore license for the state to be immoral and have no values and lie and cheat and do whatever it needs to do. And that reflects the separation between business and church as well. That was based on the assumption that the church had the power to balance the system. That we'd have some social institutions that would be based on greed, and some social institutions which would be based on compassion. I would say both of those things prove false. Doesn't work. System doesn't work. It's just like doctors who say, my job is only to save lives. As technology makes it possible to keep a life going longer and longer, they have to face the ethical situation. Dr. Kevorkian is just saying, hey, fellas, you can deny it as long as you want, but this is the way the universe is. And you will watch all the laws have to struggle with this. And he may go to jail just like Gandhi went to jail, just like anybody goes to jail. I mean, I think he's a creepy guy, but at the same moment, I think what he's doing is extraordinary. I wish he'd smile a little more. I wish he saw the humor of his own predicament so he could really enjoy it. He is enjoying it, but he's enjoying it a little bit from somebody. Somebody's enjoying it instead of nobody enjoying it. I work a lot with nobody from my own mind. And Wavy is very helpful to me with his Nobody for President campaign, because he has all these slogans like, nobody can solve our economic problems. His best one is nobody cares. That's the one I like. See? To me, that's a statement of compassion. Nobody cares. See, I'd say that in the advanced course. Oh, I went through one that I think is not one that we're in the transition of at the moment, but I was passed through the moment when scheduled feeding was in. Remember that? So I could cry my little eyes out, and nothing happened. And I've been disempowered ever since. That's changed. We now have demand feeding within reason. We had monogamy. Remember that? By 1975, over 50% of the marriages of the people getting married at that point would end in divorce. Not that we're married then would divorce, because that's people from previous generations. We basically now are living in a culture of serial monogamy. Now, is that bad or good? That's your mind that determines that. It just is what is. Do people have any less opportunity to come to God in serial monogamy than in monogamy? Depends on your spiritual practice. If your practice is relationship and you want to use your marriage, wow, one marriage can take you a long way. You can dig a mighty deep well. So it's not a good and evil issue. Then you say, well, is it good for the children? Well, you know, I have a number of friends who got divorced and they remarried, and all four of the family are really good friends. Everybody just married for the wrong reasons the first time. And they're all doing very well, and the kids end up having 2 households and 4 parents. And I've thought about that, and I've experienced jealousy in myself. I was stuck with the complete neuroses of 2 people. You know, I couldn't play anybody off against anybody. You know, and they were neurotic just the same way. That's why they got married. So the fun of having 4. See, I mean, I'm just shifting consciousness a little bit to say, let's just stay open to what's happening and find whether we can be peaceful in the process of change rather than in always resisting the change. Is this too weird? No, you say no. Say thank you. You reassure me that I can go on, because every now and then I look at somebody's face that's going like this, and I go, oh, Jesus, I've gone too far out. But I don't care. See, in the advanced course, I don't care. It's interesting to have that kind of up on a stage with a microphone and then watch somebody go to sleep about the 3rd row, you know. And you are talking on and on and on, but that consciousness has gone somewhere else. It's not a... But that's my problem. I mean, you're just doing what you do. What business is it of me? If you want to sleep, how do I know that the greatest spiritual awakening won't happen in the sleep, in the space that's so sacred to us all at this moment? Maybe that's what you need, a sleep in a spiritual place. But okay, how about the myth, be fruitful and multiply? Seems to have gotten us in a little difficulty, I'd say. I think that's open for revision by demand, popular demand. We have a wonderful one called equal opportunity for all. That's tasty, isn't it? Do you think that's coming into vogue or going out of vogue? See, that depends on whether you are hopeful or hopeless. Trungpa Rinpoche said a wise thing to me. He said, stand right in between them. Because if you cling to hope, there's fear, you won't get what you expect. If you cling to hopelessness, you kind of close down the whole possibility. It's the same thing in working with people that are dealing with cancer or with AIDS or with any illness that is potentially going to kill them. It's living with the presence of death and yet living life fully. It's always that balance, incredible balance. It's having people work to keep their temple healthy and alive without being attached to whether it stays that way. And if indeed the whole process is one of leaving their bodies, so. And if it's one of regenerating their bodies and having a healthy body to go on in life, so. And the attachment to which it is just your attachment to which it is. That's all it is. How do you know? How do you really know? You may have a set of beliefs, and that's stuff you're holding on to. But that's just stuff you're holding on to because you're afraid of jumping with no concepts. Isms are certainly suspect as our myths change. Communism, capitalism, nationalism. All the isms look like big egos that are crumbling before our very eye like the Berlin Wall. We're very suspicious of isms because we saw how business without government is piracy. We saw that in our country. And in Russia, we saw how government without business is tyranny. Changing myths from the separation of the mind and the body to holistic or the consciousness that our minds and our bodies and our spirits are all of a piece. And that all of our healing processes and all have got to reflect that wisdom, because that's now an accepted, a being forced to be accepted wisdom. And you don't just say it's the body, not the mind, or the body's the most important. Forget most important anymore. These are just interactive processes. And you get at them different ways. So I said we've gone from individualism to a beginning sense of the common good, of the recognition we are part of systems. It's been in the scientific and philosophical literature. I mean, it's Bateson, it's all these people. But that we could collectively, I mean, if you think of the collective, the German collective consciousness that dealt with through much denial what was being done to the Jews and others, is that different from our collective denial that allowed us to idolize and place on our altars people like Donald Trump when we knew that the permanent underclass was being created because we could see it around us, but we were busy denying what we were seeing. We had Dynasty and we had Dallas. And then we had an increasing number of people who are the ocean that spreads out into the world over that Mexican border and elsewhere, of those who haven't. And how much denial, how much closing of your compassionate heart must it take to continue to play the game of King of the Mountain, what's in it for me? And each of us gets the most we can for ourselves. Trickling down, of course, is the assumption that once we have enough for ourselves, we will then create ways to share it with everybody, out of our beneficence, or out of our obligation, perhaps. That's another level of consciousness. And it's why Chuck's involvement with Social Venture Network, his creation of it, is an absolutely exquisite moment of shifting mythology that Ben and Jerry and Anita Roddick, Wayne Selby from Calvert Fund, and all these wonderful people who are playing with the edge of saying business has a social responsibility for the common good. Wait until television gets that kind of group going. We're shifting myths from thinking that we were educated for facts to the recognition that we are educated regarding process, not knowledge. Where to find it, like computers. You don't have to know it anymore, you just have to know where to find it. But also, we are beginning to recognize the value of how our mind works, of studying how our mind works, which is meditation. Because it's sneaking into the culture through stress reduction, basically. And stress is a product of the fear that exists in an unstable situation in which everybody in the situation is caught in their own separateness and has lost the balance that they are part of systems. We had a myth that you chose your career when you were 12, 14, 16, and then you saw it through. It is now true that the present person in our society should expect to have 5 career changes in a lifetime. So retraining is no longer something for losers. It's something for winners. It's how quickly you get retrained for your next round. Because you realize you're in an economy that's like a floating crap game. And you just got to stay very loose as to how you're going to play it. I think we're in an interesting transition period because of the bomb from the myth that war is a solution, a political solution, to recognizing that it is not. That diplomacy is the only strategy. And that unless you have a win-win situation, nobody wins. We're seeing how when somebody wins, somebody loses, and when somebody loses, there they are, the Croats, the Serbs, and the Bosnians. Everybody feels they lost, and now they're going to win. But really, in history, there can be no winners and losers, because we're all in it together. But notice how little compassion there is across those borders between the Muslims and the Christians, the Jews and the Arabs, the Palestinians, the inner city and the suburbs. We had an interesting myth that I had in my history books about 1492 and the great benefit of Columbus discovering America. I think we have matured with our mythic structures. I now feel that we are looking for a way to make an apology for the fact that we built our system on genocide. And we are as culpable as Hitler ever was for what we have done as a people. And feel how deep the justifications were in the culture. John Wayne. This is an older one, but we had the myth that we were a moral force in the world. And then we had the Vietnam War. And we realized how fallible our systems were. That our fallible meaning that we were caught in acts that were not harmonious with our deepest wisdom. That's the pain of it. The pain for each of you is to be living your life in a way that is not harmonious with your deepest wisdom. And I would say that's my pain. And that ever since 1961, when I took mushrooms, ever since that moment, I have recognized that I have a deep, deep wisdom, a connection to the universe that is at home and true and at one. And that my separateness is just my separateness. And that the systems I am part of are fallible systems. And they are dissonant from the way my heart says. My heart says there is justice. My heart says there is compassion, because that is what my heart is. It's a just and compassionate entity, and so is yours. And we armor them with rationalization to deal with the fact that we are acting in ways that are not just and they are not compassionate. And I figure my whole life has been an attempt to work with the dissonance and the attempt to integrate my inner truth with the way I live. And it's very, very fascinating as a journey. Fascinating as a journey. Myths. Just a few more. I won't bore you with the whole list. I'm going to write a book about it because it's so good. Well, we're still in the one about rich and famous of who gets in People magazine. But fame is becoming more trivial as time goes on, because you see how it's bought, used, and how brief it is and how irrelevant it is to the pain of the person bearing it. We've gone through myths of the shift of birth coming out of the closet. That was my generation. Now there is death coming out of the closet and being recognized as part of life, part of the life process, and not as some terrible faulty error that has occurred. I love that one. God, outrageous. We have the myth that religious institutions provide the ethical base. Well, it depends on what you call the religious institutions. And there are new religions occurring all the time, like the appreciation and honoring of Mother Earth is an emerging religious institution that has a very strong moral code that leads you to collect your bottles and papers and etc. That's also motivated by your fear and your rationalization that you're doing good. Well, it's better than nothing, but it's not much. In terms of the way your lifestyle, my lifestyle, I am not living in harmony with what I know. And there's a way in which that's a drag. It's not a big drag. It's not a drag I may ever rectify. But it is a drag. I'm aware of that dissonance. So we are living in interesting times. Remember the Chinese curse, may you live in an interesting time. The question is whether it's a curse or a blessing. See, it's a curse if you're afraid of change. It's a blessing if you can use change to free yourself from your identification with that which changes. See, I really see it as a blessing. I look at this body, which is now decaying at a deliciously interesting rate. You can almost notice it from day to day. And there's all these big veins and wrinkles and little marks and spots. And this is beauty. If I look at it as a beautiful old hand, if I impose upon that all of my social structures, my conceptual things, that's my hand, that means I am wrinkles and blood vessels. And look at how much I valued the absence of wrinkles and blood vessels. Am I ready for this? Is there going to be anxiety now? Is this less beautiful? I have this delicious story that's such fun to tell. It's a little irreverent, but what the hell. I was invited to give a lecture in Beverly Hills at Saks Fifth Avenue for La Prairie Cosmetics. Now, La Prairie Cosmetics is an old firm which has a sanatorium sort of for health rejuvenation in Switzerland, and now has a lot of products that come out that are anti-aging creams and such. And they were marketing a new anti-aging cream. And I, the previous year, had been a keynote speaker at a conference in New York on aging. So whether it came out of a hat or whatever, they invited me to speak to add a little tone to the event. So it wouldn't just be money. So they invited me to speak for 15 minutes about the wisdom of aging. So I probably would have passed it up, except they were offering $12,000. It was actually $12,000 for 2 gigs, 15 minutes each. One was at iMagnons and one was at Saks, but iMagnons didn't have it, so I was just left. But they had made the contract, so I got the $12,000 for 15 minutes. So, in my more righteous images of myself, I thought to myself, that's a lot of eyeballs that could be cured through Seva, $12,000. And can I make a moral statement in which I'm supporting La Prairie so that all those people could see again? I mean, it's an interesting ethical dilemma. So then I thought, look, what does it matter where you teach? You teach where the situation presents itself. My teachings are my teachings. I'm not tailoring the teachings for who I'm teaching. I'm going to teach my truth. So why not teach? I mean, they're as deprived as if I go to Guatemala to the, aren't people in Saks Fifth Avenue deprived? Depends on what values you have. So I agreed to do it, and I got a suit and a tie, and I did my thing, and I went there. I don't care what costume. What the hell difference to me? Costume up for the ball, right? So I was put at a little. There were little tables of maybe 10 or 12 people, and there was a person from La Prairie at each one, to help each person with individual consultation about how to keep their skin young. And then I was at the table with the people that were going to be presenters. There were 3 of us. There was the vice president of La Prairie, and then there was a nutritional skin expert. So she was telling us what she was going to do in her demonstration, because what she does is she stands up and says, you can all do your own test. She says, take your skin and pinch it and hold it for 5 seconds. And then you let it go and you see how fast it goes back. Okay? So I did mine. We all did put our hands in the middle of the table. I did mine. And the 5 seconds were over and mine didn't go back. In fact, it's still there. I mean, it would be there unless I go like this, and that's what wrinkles are. They're youth that didn't go back, So it came my turn to speak, and I stood up and I looked out at my audience. They were serving salad. It was a luncheon. So what I saw were a number of people with mouths full of lettuce looking up at me with a certain kind of opaque look. And what it reminded me of was when you go out in a field and there's a group of cows and you sort of disturb them at their business, and they look up and they're... See, I told you, that's a little irreverent because they're us too, I mean, I could be in the audience too of that situation by some bizarre karmic twist. So the question is change beautiful? Is what changes part of the beauty of nature? And are you part of the beauty of nature? And can you allow the changes and delight in them and look for the wisdom inherent in each change rather than resisting it? Can you work to preserve your body and at the same time be ready to let it go? Rilke says the most remarkable thing is to be able to hold death and continue to live. To be able to be at peace with the way of things by cultivating the part of yourself that isn't you anymore, but is, which has nothing to do with time and space, birth and death, coming and going, loss and gain, fame and shame, pleasure and pain. Which ones are you ready for? That would be in the advanced course. I mean, the third patriarch will be in the advanced course, but as a process of deeper study. The one that starts the great way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. I mean, do you want the advanced course or do you want the beginner course? Beginner. No, I'm just telling you what I would teach if I were teaching the advanced course. You're not ready, I know that. What I said was, aging and death are part of the natural way of things. And that if you are buying cosmetics out of fear, then it is not going to give you happiness. If you are buying them out of celebration, Did they pay for it? Did they pay for it? I guess so. I don't know. I'm not in the business end. No, they never invited me back. No. I think the 12,000 for 15 minutes stuck in somebody's craw. It's interesting for me to just reflect as to where one teaches or what one does with one's energy, just like you have to decide. Same thing, or not decide, or listen to hear how it comes out. I mean, it might be that one person in that group is an Ananda Mai Ma, just waiting, living in Los Angeles. I don't really know that it matters. It's all in the metaphor. I mean, if the truth is in all of us, if you can resonate that truth, everybody has the potential of hearing. That's why I think that when Maharaji wanted to punish me, he'd say, Ram Dass is very clever. When he wanted to reward me, he'd say, he's so simple. I realized how clever I am. That's those prefrontal lobe siddhis, those powers. But I don't know whether I said it to all of you, I said it to some of you, what Maharaji said about powers. Very concisely. Siddhis are these powers you develop on the spiritual path. Powers of clarity, of knowing, of being able to do something about something. He said, siddhis are pig shit. Maharaji was known at some time in his life as Latrine Baba. That's the lineage you're learning from, so. Speaking of that, somebody gave me this Xerox. It says, if you are unhappy, once upon a time there was a non-conforming sparrow who decided not to fly south for the winter. However, soon the weather turned so cold that he reluctantly started to fly south. In a short time, ice began to form on his wings, and he fell to earth in a barnyard, almost frozen. cow passed by and crapped on the little sparrow. The sparrow thought it was the end, but the manure warmed him and defrosted his wings. Warm and happy, able to breathe, he started to sing. Just then, a large cat came by, and hearing the chirping, investigated the sounds. The cat cleared away the manure, found the chirping bird, and promptly ate him. The moral of this story, one, it's got three morals. Everyone who shits on you is not necessarily your enemy. Number two, everyone who gets you out of the shit is not necessarily your friend. And number three, if you're warm and happy in a pile of shit, keep your mouth shut. So partly this decaying body and all of this and the ecological stuff and the trees and the this and the that and the violence and all, it's a pile of shit. Now, are you warm and happy? It's interesting as to whether you can be happy and then act, or you can only act in order to sometime be happy, to finally be happy. Like, I can't be happy unless all the loggers starve to death. I put it in terms you won't like, of course. We all understand what that debate is about. I won't be happy until the social systems of which I'm a part are just. Now, the question is my lack of happiness in the process a help to the realization of the goal? In other words, if I would like to live in a happy world, maybe what I could contribute is happiness. But if I set the condition I can only be happy if I get a happy world, I mean, I go to peace rallies, and I hope there'll be truth rallies sometime, but there are now there are now peace rallies, and there are such angry people at them. I can't believe it. Gotta have peace. Now! Yeah, I don't want to know you, man. I'm going to be putting up my walls. I'm getting my AK, my Uzi. I'm of the school that if this pile of shit isn't good enough, I'm in trouble. I'm in deep shit. And can it be good enough, and I can also work like hell to turn it into what I see as possible, a just and compassionate world? Are those incompatible? If you saw it as perfect, would you then not do anything? What would the perfection include? Would it include the truth of your heart? The truth of your heart is that when somebody hurts, you hurt. Because we're all us. It's interesting how you deal with suffering and the way in which you distinguish between your own suffering and somebody else's suffering. So you may get to the point in your spiritual work where you don't invite suffering. When it comes along, you work with it. Because the only reason you're suffering is because your mind has attractions and aversions. Otherwise, it's just change. The value imposition has to do with the attachments of mind. But if somebody says, I want to be free of suffering, then I've got to help them be free of what they experience as their suffering. Even though I know that when they get free of that suffering, they're going to have another suffering. And what I would love to be doing is getting free of the source of the issue of suffering itself, the basic ignorance, which is what the Dharma is about. The Dharma is designed to get rid of the basic ignorance from which suffering arises, like a seed from which a plant comes up. And it's the ignorance, basically, of separateness. Not that separateness isn't part of the dance, but our identification with our separateness. That's where the source of the suffering is. Sorry. Next lifetime, you'll understand it. To me, the issue is one of balance. The one of balance where the sense of separateness and the basic identity with all that is are perfectly equally balanced in yourself. That you're clinging to neither of them, but you're celebrating both of them. It's what they talk about as samsara and nirvana are one. Form and formless are one. You are formless and you are form. We seem to be relating to each other as forms. But basically, this isn't relational at all. There's only one of it. It's just you're so attracted to the fascination of the separateness, you lose the balance with the way in which it isn't separate, and you don't even hear it. It becomes noise in the system. The cause of suffering is the clinging of mind, and the clinging and the suffering. That's what you do for yourself. What you do for somebody else is you help them get rid of the suffering, but how you help them get rid of the suffering can get rid of the suffering just at the plane of like food for a hungry belly, or the way it is given, or the way it is shared, or who you are as you offer the food can be also getting rid of the basic ignorance along with the food. But you must be free of the basic ignorance to be able to transmit that message. And that's why ultimately you work on yourself so that every human relationship you're in, whether it's child or wife or competitor or enemy or everything, is not a violent one, because basically it is one that is rooted in the oneness that embraces both beings. The art is to be one and dance as two. The art is to delight in the dance. So you are the participant and I am the lecturer, and you are the lecturer and I am the participant, and we are both lecturer and participant, and we're all learning this together. That's what the advanced course would be. I mean, the whole trip of me as somebody who knows and you as somebody who doesn't is a very, very violent cop-out. And it's your problem, not mine, because I don't have that image of me in relation to you. If you want to have it, enjoy it. It's beautiful and it's fine, and I will bless you. But it's not a very interesting path. It's a path based on mea culpa. It's a path based on the fact that you aren't enough. And what's fun is to meet mensches in life, beings who say, I am. I am. Affirmation of their own existence. And that can be done from as wise a level as you are. Every relationship, every single one, same thing. Every relationship either does violence, it misses the mark, it sins, meaning missing the mark. It misses the mark because it reinforces separateness. The whole game that we wrote about in How Can I Help and Compassion Action is how getting caught in the helping professions, in doing good, the prison of being a helper, reinforces the separateness of the helper and the helped. And it isolates the very person you are trying to reassure, because you're so busy being nurse, doctor, healer, parent, something. I think the game is to bear the unbearable with a giggle, with your heart breaking, and then do what you do. I think you should trust your inner wisdom, that out of you would come actions not out of ought or should, but out of the essence of what is. If you distrust the compassion of your heart, then you have to get caught in the oughts and shoulds. If you don't distrust it, you just have to surrender into it, and it will take care of it, what needs to be taken care of. The statement in the Tao, one does nothing and nothing is left undone. Meaning you're getting very tired being somebody doing something. And there's a whole other way of being in which you are the thing itself, and whatever happens, happens. It's the compassion that arises out of emptiness. It's the discriminating wisdom that you see when you stop trying so hard to be good, to be right, to be just, to be compassionate. I mean, more violence is done in the name of being compassionate. Basically, everybody thinks they're good in one way or another. Very few people that think they're evil. To live with the uncertainty, to live with not knowing, with knowing you are living at the edge of the mystery all the time. You and I don't really know about death. Somebody handed me another, I'm going to live on people's handouts. Faith. Faith is when you have come to the edge of all the light you know and are about to step off into the darkness of the unknown. Faith is knowing one of two things will happen. There will be something solid to stand on, or you will be taught how to fly. Under that is a fortune cookie cartoon that says, which the fellow's asking the waiter, "May I have another fortune cookie? I'd like a second opinion." See, I live with the mystery and with incredible faith because I have been in the presence of people like Maharaji, and I have come to trust the way in which they are in the universe. I would even say are the universe, but I'll say are in the universe. It's like knowing that somebody is a little further up on the mountain that can see further than you can see and saying, "Hey, what do you see out there?" And what they see out there, and this is scary, what they see out there is perfection. Not perfection to be achieved, but perfection in what is. Maharaji kept saying to me, "Ram Das, don't you see it's all perfect?" And yet Maharaji spent all of his life, that form of his life, that embodiment, being there for people, constantly feeding people, taking care of people, advising people, making do for people. And I saw the coming together of social action and emptiness, the space from which you see the perfection. It's the clear, discriminating awareness from which perfection just spreads before you, all the universe of forms, from the original particles as they merge together, to your own mind, to the violence and the death and the pain, all of it. And that balance that Rilke talks about, the courage to go on living, is the balance of seeing the absolute perfection and also sharing the human incarnation. That's what Christ's trip was about. That two levels. He shared a human incarnation, which has in it all the fears and all the desires and all the reproduction of the species and all the forces going on in it. The only question is where you are in relation to it. When you are both human and divine, you can't stand anywhere. That's the predicament. You're not divine but not human, and you're not human but not divine. If you try to be divine, you're not compassionate. You go around saying, somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, I'm hungry, I haven't eaten." You say, "It's all perfect. Work with the suffering, my lad." And the other end, if you get stuck at, you burn out. You sizzle, because there's more suffering you can do anything about. The information age has presented us with the ocean of suffering in which we are living. The rich suffer, the poor suffer, the have-nots suffer, the haves suffer, the old suffer, the young suffer. Everybody seems to be suffering. You think it's new? And when Buddha looked for the root of all of that suffering he saw that the basic root was the way the mind worked, the way we got enamored of that siddhi I was talking about and got trapped in it. And we lost our connection to the wisdom that is non-conceptual, which is the root of our being from which action is. It's such an interesting dance. It's such an interesting journey of life, because at one level you really think your life is real with your children, with your jobs, with your body, with your coming and your going, and your bills and the car and the environmental issues and the politics and world governments and forces and death and violence and suffering. I mean, which one gets you? And there's another level in which you're just, so. You're the sky in which the phenomena are rising, and at the same moment, the phenomena include the pain in your heart, empathically about the suffering, which leads, since both of these are part of the same thing, for that which can offer to give to that which needs. And it's just an internal matter. It's not America giving to the Bosnians. It's not me doing something for you. It is a process in which we are a part, in which who's doing and who isn't doing is just one dimension of reality, and behind it, here I is. And it's interesting, when you value enough being part of a system rather than being separate from it, because your basic power of intellect, which is separateness, you don't understand that you can have it as a vehicle without being trapped in it as a master. The intellect is a lousy master, and it's a great servant. But it's a servant of the part of you that has no identity with separateness. Then your intellect's available to play with. Before that, it's a tyrannical master, because it sold you a bill of goods on your own separateness. And all the personality stuff and all the victimization stuff and all that, great to work on, but it's all digging your hole from a spiritual point of view, unless you work on it from the place that sees it as the bubble, the phantom, the dream. And yet you work within the bubble, within the phantom, within the dream, on the dream itself. Then it liberates. That's why when people say, should I have therapy? Say, great. Ideally, it would be wonderful if you have the Buddha as your therapist. If you can't have the Buddha or Anandamayi Ma as your therapist, then use them as a process, and don't expect them to resonate with all the truths of your being. But when you're screwed up psychologically, you can go to a body and fender repair service for the personality. But you aren't the car. Or you aren't exclusively the car. Because the car will go and you'll still be. Who will you be? That's interesting. That's what Catherine teaches. Who am I? I'm sorry to go on like this. I will stop. No, I understand. That's a cute line that gets you to say, oh, no. In the advanced course, I'd have... But this is fun, and this is all what I would teach if I had an advanced course, but since we don't, we can't teach any of that stuff. So... Have a good day.
Meditation is a gentle art. It is a way for you to come home to the deepest part of your being. Sit with your body firm and yet relaxed. Don't make meditation into a hell for yourself. If your body feels uncomfortable, change your position. Just do it gently and consciously and quietly. If the period is too long for you, get up and leave. Don't make meditation your enemy. Make it your friend. The flute gives way to the sound of the birds. Listen. Your awareness moves from one sense door to another. In one moment you're hearing the birds. In another you're feeling a sensation in your body. In another you're smelling the incense perhaps. Feeling the cold air on your skin. As your awareness moves from sense door to sense door, from thought to thought, let it all flow freely. Sensations arising, passing away. Thoughts coming and going. Let it all be. If you feel confusion, note confusion. If you feel trying, note trying. If you feel sleepiness, note sleepiness. Each sensation and thought arising, passing away. The awareness is like the sky, endless, deep. Sensations and thoughts are like clouds that drift across the sky, coming, going. As sensations arise, note them fully. Don't react so quickly to them. There's a pain in the knee. Study it. Notice its quality. Is it round? Is it square? Is it hard? Is it hot? And let it be. And then notice the birds. But don't try to move from sense door to sense door. It will happen naturally. If doubts arise, thoughts like, I can't meditate, or this won't work, just notice them as thoughts, coming and going. Don't be carried away by them. Your awareness is like a flashlight beam, now focusing here, now focusing there. Notice how it flutters from one place to another, like a butterfly moving from flower to flower, or a bee collecting honey, collecting sensations. But unlike the bee that collects the pollen to make into the honey, these sensations just arise and then pass away to be gone. You don't need to collect them or transform them into anything else. If you have difficulty sitting straight, every now and then just imagine that the top of your head is holding up the roof of the building. And after some time, you will sit naturally erect. If you have a meditation that you regularly do, just ignore my words and go on with your regular meditation. Now you can see how the awareness moves. The airplane, perhaps a tension in the body, perhaps the feeling of the seat under you, perhaps the air on your skin, and another sound of somebody rustling, moving here to there, awareness flickering from one sense to another, from one thought to another. Now let's pick a primary object, a place for the awareness to rest. Let's pick an object connected with the breath. There are two places where you could focus to notice the breath. One of these is at the tip of the nose. You will notice that as the air comes in, you can feel the cold air against the inside of the nostril. Breathing in. And as the air goes out, once again, you can feel the sensation of the air at the tip of the nostril. Breathing out. If you choose to focus here, you don't follow the breath into the body or follow it out into the universe. More like a gatekeeper, you merely note the breath passing by that point right inside the tip of the nose. With each inhalation, it may help to note it as breathing in. And with each exhalation, it may help to note it as breathing out. As an alternative, you may choose as your primary object the muscle you will notice in your abdomen that with each breath rises, and with each out-breath falls. As it rises or expands, you note it as rising. As it falls or contracts, you note it as falling. Try each of these primary objects until you see which one you seem most comfortable with. Pick one of them for this meditation session. You can change it another time. Pick either the breath going in and out of the nostrils, noting it as breathing in, breathing out, or as the muscle rising or falling in the abdomen, noting it as rising and falling. Now you are inviting the awareness to stay with your primary object. Awareness is used to naturally floating from one sense door to another, from one thought to another. You should not be upset about its movement. Just notice its movement, and when you're ready each time, very gently, firmly, bring your awareness back to either the breathing in, breathing out, or the rising and falling. Each time the mind moves to some other object, be it a sound or a sensation, note where the awareness has gone, and then once again, bring it gently back to the primary object. If the awareness is drawn away from the primary object to a tension or a place of pain in the body, notice the pain and then return to the primary object. If the pain persists, once again, drawing away the awareness from the primary object, notice the pain, see its qualities, and return again to the primary object. If after several times the pain persists, then if it is possible to change your body position to get rid of the pain, do it gently, slowly, and consciously. If it is not, then make the pain itself your primary object and keep your awareness focused on the pain. Each time the mind wanders, without anger or frustration or impatience. Just gently lead it back to the primary object, either the breathing in, breathing out, or the rising and falling. Be very gentle with yourself. As you notice the breath at the point that you have chosen, notice the entire breath. Notice its beginning, its middle, and its end of the in-breath. Then notice the turning point between the in-breath and the out-breath. And notice the beginning, middle, and end of the out-breath. And then notice the space between the out-breath and the next in-breath. Return again and yet again to the breath. There are 4 remaining minutes. Use them with firmness to stay with your breath. Stay with the rising and falling, or the breathing in and breathing out.